Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the show. This is a different kind of live stream today. I might have some big channel news by the end of this stream. Certainly by the end of the week, or perhaps by next week. But until then, this is something I call Moodstream. I'm actually in bed with a little bit of lighting behind me. We're going to talk about watches, of course, and I'm going to start basically right away. But I just wanted to say hi. I just wanted to welcome you to Los Angeles. This is Young Brando, your host. I'm going to start with a little bit of an announcement. I know it's not time yet, but I do have some European listeners, so I'm guessing that they might be up already. At 7 on January 18th, and we are already on January 18th in Europe, there is going to be a little bit of a special event for Rowing Blazers and Zodiac watches at the famous Harry's Bar in Paris. Harry's Bar is an interesting spot. I think for generations it's been an interesting junction for various intellectuals and simply cool people to grab some drinks and have a merry, jolly time. It's also the place where George Gershwin wrote An American in Paris in the basement. So it's a cool spot. And the Rowing Blazers founder, Jack Carlson, has had made good memories in that spot. So he keeps kind of making capsule collections and a few different designs every so often that are dedicated to Harry's Bar, that are dedicated to that particular color scheme, and that somehow take after the theme of international barflies, which is, pardon me, kind of like a regulars club emerging from this cool spot, this lovely joint. So they're gonna have a meeting later today in Central European time at 7 to introduce this new watch. And as it happens, you remember Eric Wind, when he was here last time, was talking about the first Seiko collaboration with Rowing Blazers, and how one of them had this had this bezel that had a Green Bay Packers kind of color scheme. Let me just show you what he has meant. You can see this. This is the collaboration from 2021. This was their first collaboration with a rotational timing bezel that was divided in this four-way color block. And of course, the lower half is green and yellow, which happens to be Eric Wynn's favorite team, the Green Bay Packers. Now, someone like me who doesn't understand much from football, even though I appreciate some of the pageantry that revolves around the sport, I'm not taking any sides, but I like the fact that people who design this stuff or who participate in kind of the design process of these watches actually have these interpolations, these references, these kind of Easter eggs in the design. And you'll see the Zodiac sea wolf that will come out of this collaboration actually has a similar color scheme, because it has this green sunburst dial finish with a few different details rendered in yellow. As you see, you have the green sunburst dial, the double signature of Zodiac, the watch brand, and Rowing Blazers in Gothic script, which has become part and parcel of the brand image. A double signed watch, a triple signed watch, in fact, since it has that International Barflies logo, as well as Harry's Bar script at 6 o'clock, which balances the dial out quite nicely between the symbol at 12 and the name of the bar at 6. Of course, Harry was the first name of the bartender, of the original barman of that joint in Paris, Harry's New York, a Scotsman by the name of Harry McElon. So it's a very nice spot. Again, whether you can make it to this particular meeting or not, whether you can be there for the introduction of this watch or not, I think if you ever make it to Paris, if you make it to Paris anytime soon, this should be a spot that you should visit, you should make the pilgrimage to, and you should perhaps frequent. And as you can see, the Jubilee looking bracelet has a very practical, easy exchange system, which allows you to switch to this two-piece strap as well, that reflects what has now become another trademark of Rowing Blazers as a brand, which is that dark navy background and a red stripe. This is also reflected in terms of this little medallion on the back. I think this is a lovely, lovely piece. Aiden Valento, Rolex, he says. Oh, wait, Zodiac. Well, you know, look, we were just exchanging a few messages on Aussie Expat Watches Discord. Please do subscribe to his channel. And, you know, there's a certain charm to diver watches that at this entry level, they are almost irresistible, right? That they happen to be bestsellers. And I will talk about another dive watch that was just introduced by a brand that happens to be quite well liked and admired by my friend Eric Wind. But before I get back to that, I just want to again share this particular piece. It's coming out. It's going to be a limited run of 282 pieces. Aiden, JB, and Junior Johnson, it's so lovely to see you all. I am so grateful to have you as part of my audience. So this is a piece that is going to be released and is already out there actually, through a collaboration of Zodiac watches, which has been founded in 1882, and rowing blazers. And it's, of course, a Zodiac Seawolf, so a dive watch, time and date with a 12-hour rotational bezel, which you can, of course, use for timing purposes as well. Beautiful case design that's very angular and very muscular in a certain sense. And it's going to be a limited run of 282 pieces. I think in pounds, it's like $12.49, $12.50. It should be around 1,500 in US dollars, which I think, again, I think at range, it's not a bad deal at all. I think Zodiac Seawolf sets you back, $1,500 anyways in whatever configuration. So it's not really the case that you are paying a premium on this particular one. And if you are in the UK, this website that I'm sharing right now, Jura Watches, which happens to be that famous Swiss region that is world renowned for its horological achievements, you actually have a 15% off promotion as well. So if you are in the UK, the watch is priced $12.49 on this official authorized dealer of Zodiac watches, and you also have a 15% off. The diver watch comes on a Jubilee style bracelet, but also an extra strap as well. And there you go. It's they throw in a free watch winder as well, which, again, I absolutely detest watch winders, right? Why would you let your car run while you're asleep? Why would you introduce friction into the movement of your self-winding watch? There's absolutely no reason for it. But anyway, it's a neat way of presenting your watch once every so often. You can find some use in it, especially if you have complicated pieces. So I'm not going to hate on it too much. They are trying to do something nice after all. Let me see if I can find an American page for you, an American authorized dealer for you that offers a similar kind of deal. There we go. It's exquisite timepieces. It's actually $1,600, $1,595. Of course, there's going to be some tax situation involved, but I think this is a very nice presentation, very unique piece. I have constantly said that salmon is the new blue, but of course that was tongue-in-cheek. It's really green. That is the new blue, and a green dial sports watch seems to be the order of the day. So you also have something that fits that trend, that aligns with that trend. Of course, if you're a Green Bay Packers fan, Uh, you are not even allowed to miss that Easter egg, miss that connection. So this is going to be your watch, and perhaps you can look forward to the Super Bowl wearing this watch. Just to show you how little I know, I don't even know if Green Bay Packers is still in the game. So don't mind me if they are already out. But anyway, you should still rock the colors because that's your team, right? All right, let me welcome more people. St. Peter. Hey, man. Nice to see you too, family. Love you. About to fire up a stove. Well, man, uh, I don't think I was personally targeted because I saw this sign all over the place in the apartment building. But just a couple of days ago, there was kind of a warning about smoking regulations in the apartment building plastered on our doors. So I'm not going to take any risks just yet in this new spot. But hey, we'll see. I'm yeah, to fit with the mood stream, I'm also drinking some prosecco today. Ferrari, Brut. Nice. St. Peter says, "Hey, man, that's my territory. Don't steal my leads." Was consulting my financial advisor today and told him about Jean. He's not in the hobby, but interested in buying a watch. So I geeked out and sent him a plethora of information. Honestly, I think that's a great watch for a lawyer, right? The chronomètre Sauvant would be a great watch for a lawyer. I would love to. I would love it actually if my uh, lawyer, if someone I have on a retainer wore an FP Jean. I think I would trust that person. It kind of sounds like. Do you guys remember that little episode when Larry David was going through a divorce on Curb Your Enthusiasm, and he was so proud to have a Jewish lawyer, and he was so sure of winning. And then he suddenly figured out that his lawyer, who was named Berg and who was quite conversant in all these Jewish vernacular expressions, and who has decked out his entire office in Judaica, was actually Swedish. That's one of my favorite episodes, favorite bits of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I think my absolute favorite has to be the one about survivorship, where they have a dinner party that involves a Holocaust survivor and someone who has participated in the reality show called Survivor. It's man, Larry David is probably the only person who can get away with that kind of juxtaposition, with that kind of joke. But yes, man, if my lawyer was wearing an FP Jean, I would certainly trust that person. That's amazing. Jake Brooks says, "How many times did you think about those FP Jeans today? I'm guilty." Hey, sorry about that. Sorry for enabling you guys. Nice. Love it, Mike David. Um, I would love to. I'm honored to be greeted this way, Mike. Um, I don't think I've ever received a Maori greeting on a live stream before, so I will always cherish this. Amazing. St. Peter says, "I'll send him your way." Hey, man, I'm just joking around, but uh, hey, if I had any part in that, if I had any reason, if I were part of the reason for you to suggest FP Jean to him, because we talked about the concours of complications yesterday, le concours de complexité. Um, Again, it's still raging, as you can see. The prices are rising. And even the humble chronomètre souverain, with more than 2 days to go, has already started touching $45,000. So this is going to be a nice windfall for the single owner who is behind this auction, who is the owner of this collection, which is quite enviable, which is quite beautiful. It's somewhat sad to see it broken up, but I think, yeah, I'm sure there's a good reason behind it. Again, one of the reasons that I appreciated the beauty in everything single owner online auction that displayed, that shared, and that auctioned off Mark Cho's collection was the transparency of the process, right? Was how generous he was in explaining the reasons behind his decision to part with these watches, his willingness to again share all the personal and historical details about these watches, and the fact that he was trying to raise some money for his new business venture. Junior Johnson, thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you. $10. I really appreciate you. Thank you. So, going back again, yes, if this was in the back of your mind, the 11 pieces of mostly complicated FPGAs when you were talking to your financial consultant, St. Peter, I would be honored already. And I hope that was one of the steps that you took in your house hunting, so to speak, because I think, I know you have shared with us that you intend to move quite soon, and that you are trying to buy a property rather than rent at this point in time. So I hope that you find what you want, and ultimately that you that this ordeal is resolved sooner than later and to your satisfaction, my friend. So the next thing that I want to discuss is, I think we mentioned before, Vulcane is making a comeback more recently. You may or may not know that Vulcane watches um, and Nevada Grenchen um, actually share something. Um, they have basically the same designer, Guillaume Lédé. Guillaume Lédé is behind the revival of Nevada Grenchen, Excelsior Park, and Vulcane. And Vulcane would be probably um, a familiar brand to a lot of you who would be interested in presidential watches on the one hand. Lyndon Johnson especially was particularly interested in Vulcane crickets, uh, both for his personal collection and as gifts that he presented to others. So the Vulcane cricket, both in the history of presidential watches and in the history of alarm watches, has kind of an outsized presence, an important role to play. Um, of course, so does Gégé Lecoutre Memovox, but that's not what we're talking today. We are actually focusing on Vulcane's, let's say, new or old new collection of Nautique, which is their brand of skin divers. Right, skin diver is usually a term used in reference to um, basically the most distilled versions of dive watches. They more or less have 200-meter depth rating, right? Nothing extraordinary, nothing that necessarily abides by the rules and standards of saturation diving, but certainly something that would serve you well for scuba diving and, of course, for diving with your bare skin with snorkel and similar. So that's usually the skin diver style, right? Just a time only watch with a rotational timing bezel that prioritizes legibility above all, and that I think by today's standards at least aspires to, or rather aligns with ISO certification for diving. So the Vulcane Nautique certainly checks all the boxes necessary in that. You are seeing right now the black version, which has this sort of cream luminous material against the black dial, pencil hands that are also generously loomed by the same material, a time-only watch that looks great in that black calf skin, that looks a little lighter, maybe more cheerful, and certainly more casual in this tan brown strap as well. To go with that neo-vintage vibe of the design, you have a crystal that is double domed sapphire. You have a matte black dial that is, again, very generously and legibly loomed with Luminova, right, in the, faux patina or faux tina style, right? Even though the material itself is modern, is quote unquote contemporary, it is made to look aged from the very beginning. It's made to look as if it were, let's say, faded and disintegrated tritium on a black dial, which, again, for me, as a fan of vintage Rolexes, this is the look that I yearn for, the look that I aspire to when I'm in the market for a diver, when I visualize in my head what a quintessential dive watch would be. So I have no qualms with it. With all due respect, I think the hate on Fortina is a little played out, to be honest, because just like any other application of luminous material, I think it can be done in a way that's very unattractive and undesirable, and it can be done in a way that's very tasteful and aesthetically pleasing, as is the case here. I think most of the hate that goes on this sort of aesthetics is a little played out. As I said, I think the numbers tell another story. These are the kinds of watches that have been selling like hotcakes, and I'm sure they will sell out quite quickly once they are actually released. There are 3 options once the watch launches tomorrow, and you'll be able to order it on January 18th for it to ship the first week of February, and you will have an option again to order it with that tan brown strap, calfskin, black plain strap, and again, another version of the black leather strap that has this sort of carbon fiber texture, which is a nice detail, even though I would have loved and preferred a tropic strap instead of a leather strap with carbon fiber like texture. For those of you who have had enough of diver watches in the conventional black dial, in the conventional setting and iteration that prioritizes legibility, and you are maybe in the market for a little bit of style, for a little bit of flair, for a little bit of visual interest, they also have come out with a blue version. They're also releasing a skin diver blue with the Volcane Nautique brand, and in this case you have a very nice matte satin brushed blue dial that's not too bright, and that's not altogether navy either. And the watch has the same specs, the same options, plain case back, a fully graduated 60-minute rotational timing bezel, and those 3 options for the strap as well. And again, for you, for those of you who appreciate these vintage inspired design elements, but want ultimately a modern watch, this is once again a piece that is equipped with a double domed sapphire crystal, and the bezel insert is actually ceramic, right? So you get the look of an old school domed acrylic crystal, but instead you have actually a sapphire crystal that is scratch resistant and crack proof, so to speak. And again, you have, at least at first glance, the look of an aluminum bezel insert, but it is actually a ceramic inlay, as you can see here. You have, once more, 200 meters of a depth rating, 20 Atmos. You have dimensions that are entirely neo-vintage again, entirely in that wheelhouse, 38 millimeters without the crown. That is the case diameter. Barely thicker than 12 millimeter. And you have a 20 millimeter lug width, which in their standard strap tapers down to 16. So you're basically within the realm of a vintage Submariner, right? You know, kind of like the 4-digit vibe, like a 5513, let's say, right? This is exactly what you have here. Something that is a classic skin diver, 200 meters of a depth rating, a beautifully balanced dial design that has no complication whatsoever, just the purest expression of beautiful simplicity. The movement is the standard fare, right? And I'm not saying this as a dismissal whatsoever. It is an ETA 2824. This is the exact same movement that Breitling and similar brands try to sell you for up to $5,000 in their dive watches, right? Like the new colorful iterations of the Super Ocean Heritage. Whereas in the Vulcain skin diver, the Vulcain Nautique in blue or in black, you can get what to me is a better looking watch anyways, but that's subjective opinion. You can brush that aside, but certainly something that performs at the same level, that is as desirable, that has as much of an heritage, and that's just a handsome looking, hard-working, hard-wearing, everyday watch at a fraction of the price, and that is 1,600. And the piece is going to be launched tomorrow on January 18th. That price includes shipping, which will take place in the first week of February. So this is a great deal. I think a very desirable watch, and again, in the same price range. as the zodiac that we were just talking about. Right, those are the two pieces that we talked about so far. The Zodiac, Rowing Blazers, Seawolf, which is a limited run of 282 pieces, available for $15.95 in the US from Exquisite Timepieces. I think rowingblazers.com should sell a few examples itself, but I'm sure it's going live tomorrow on the 18th. And then we also have Jura luxury watches, selling it in the UK at $12.49 with a 15% off promotion, as you can see right here. And they throw in a free luxury watch finder as well. This is a UK deal. And then finally, this is Jura watches. Finally, we had the two versions of the Vulcain Nautique in black and blue, with those three different strap options: the carbon fiber textured calfskin leather, smooth black calfskin, and smooth brown tan as well. And that's a watch that will set you back $16.10 as well, including free worldwide shipping. In both cases, you're getting a dive watch that has a certain heritage, classic design, and some sort of unique elements as well. And as I mentioned, the Zodiac, the Vulcain Nautique runs on an ETA 2824, which is one of the most ubiquitous self-winding movements that beats at 4 hertz, 28,800 semi-oscillations per hour, with a power reserve of roughly 40 hours. And the Zodiac Seawolf actually runs on an STP 1-11 caliber, which I think is an ETA clone itself, if I'm not mistaken. And it is, in fact, a clone of the 2824-2. So both watches that list right around 1600 in US dollars run on this workhorse movement. Hey, Aiden. Welcome back.
What's up? Wooches. We're going to be talking about some wooches today. Yeah, that's pretty exciting. I saw you had a, what is that, ETA movement? You're right. That's definitely the 2824 is a workhorse movement. That is a workhorse.
Yes, sir. Look, I mean, there is, again, I have a lot of appreciation um, for workhorse movements as long as they are priced at this level. I understand, again, uh, these are watches that used to be under $1,000 just a couple of years ago, but $1,000 is not worth the same anymore. I understand that the prices are rising a little bit from year to year. So at that level, 1,500, 1,600, as long as you are transparent about your advertising, which both brands really are, right? You can see it right here. There's no reach around. Um, there's no tricks like you have in Breitling or some other brands where they make up like a internal name uh, for the caliber that makes you run around and do extra research to just figure out that it's an ETA caliber or that's an ETA caliber, as you said. In this case, Vulcane doesn't indulge in false advertisements. It is what it is. And I think at this price point, it's what you expect. And like Basil said, it's cool that they have revived the brand in a way that is more holistic, right? That does more than just the alarm watches, just the Cricket. Although that remains their still most popular product.
But yeah, yeah. I really like workhorse movements too, as long as they're affordable. You can like the NH35 or some other ones, but
Mhm.
it's just it doesn't matter what watch I get, even if it's a more expensive watch. Particularly, obviously, if it's something real simple, you want a workhorse movement. You want it to work, and you want it to work for the longest amount of time possible. At least I do.
Of course. I mean, again, that's um, in one way we want to avoid using these sorts of cliches. On the other hand, that's just the best way to describe a movement like ETA 2824 2, right? You get about 2 days of power reserve. You get something that runs great on a daily basis, um, that is easily serviceable, that's affordable to produce, affordable to the end customer. Um, I mean, what else do you want? That's what these sorts of calibers are for, and that's why they are nowadays cloned in this way, when it becomes a little more difficult to get ETA made movements because Swatch Group, of course, holds the rights over them.
Yeah. What do you think about like I don't even mind if a watch doesn't even hack. Although I would say most all of them pretty much hack. But what do you think about does the hacking of a movement actually put wear on the movement? Because you actually have to physically stop it. So I think you'd actually put less wear on a movement if it didn't hack, right?
I think that is correct, technically. Um, I have received some pushback from you when I mentioned before that on a lot of my daily wearers, I don't really obsess over the precision of an atomic clock. So it's not necessarily a function or a feature that I run after, the hacking seconds. Um, but I have uh, I have read and I have heard from many people that it is in fact something that puts extra wear on the movement. Now, let me put it this way. I know a lot of people who try to do all sorts of tricks with non-hacking movements to uh, to kind of reverse, when they're arranging the time. I forget the English word for this, but when you are setting the time on a non-hacking movement, there are tricks to hold the seconds hand in a certain way. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, well I think it's called like back hacking or something, where you can kind
Something
of
like
like hold it there.
yeah.
I don't know what the technical term is, but yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I mean, not I'm not really worried about hacking. If it would probably put like a really really small amount of wear on there that's not really going to make a big difference overall, but it's still, at least from my perspective, I like to gain watch knowledge and of how like the movement works and things like that. So to me it's just really interesting, and that's one of the things I really like about your channel, because you can go on here and you can actually learn about watches. You know what I mean? You don't have to worry about what some other YouTube channels doing or drama or anything. It's like we get to talk about watches. Love that.
Aiden, I do appreciate that, but again, I don't want to press too hard on that either, because I don't want to get into drama by criticizing other channels for doing this or that. So I'm going to refrain from that. But I do appreciate it. Again, I don't know drama, right? I'm not really skilled in manufacturing that kind of stuff. I don't want to get into arguments with people. Um, I just want to have fun, and I just want to talk about watches. There is hey man, it's lovely to see you. Hello, hello. I'd be curious on your thoughts about Singer's one-track chronos. Um, I'm actually look. I used to be a lot more pedantic about how crowded chronograph dials can be. And there is a reason that I prefer watches like this, right? The kind of classic two-register chronographs over um, over the more modern versions with the hour counter. And I do appreciate executions like Zynga's movement, like Moza's Streamliner, for example, that actually have a single track, or like Patek's execution of their self-winding chronographs more recently, that has kind of encapsulated everything in a single register. I do appreciate that visually. I do appreciate that aesthetically. And when it comes to Zynga, I appreciate it also from a horological standpoint. Um, I think it is an ingenious solution to that particular quote unquote problem, which is not much of a problem, because at the end of the day, these are the kinds of aspects of design that make chronograph watches so desirable in the first place. I think you know what I mean. There's a reason why chronographs more and more are the most popular genre of watches for men especially, but even in a unisex manner. So
Are
I
they
think
though? Chronographs are the most popular, you think?
I think from a unisex standpoint, most certainly. I think otherwise it's probably diver watches still. Like I think men prefer in terms of like among us watch geeks anyways, I think diver watches are the most popular. But perhaps among the general population, you know, people like chronographs. I think they just like seeing those subdials and registers. I'm talking purely anecdotally, by the way, Aiden. I don't have any numbers to back this up, so feel free to
Yeah.
completely go against my opinion. What do you think? What do you
Yeah.
think people
Well,
like?
the Rolex Daytona was the dog for the longest time. Like I said, it sat in ADs where they couldn't sell them. No one wanted one. And now, nowadays, as we know, the Daytona is really hot. So I don't know. Things just things change. But also I'm interested in this watch that he's asking about in the super chat here.
Yeah.
Um,
So Zynga is um, one of the innovators in chronograph movements, and this is their single track chronograph, right? You have the bull's head kind of configuration here, right? Which is start, stop, and resets. And you have, as you can see, the tachometer here in the most innermost, I should say, circle. And then you have minutes, and then you have hours. And as you can see, those turn as well. And you have the centrally deployed chronograph seconds as well. I'm sure we can see some of this stuff um, in a YouTube video that will be a little easier to explain. And it's completely fine, of course, to play this as long as I comment as we go along.
yeah, and the shape of this watch, for some reason, just immediately reminds me of Rado.
Right. I think the shape actually it's a little more asymmetrical, but it's like a cushion shaped case, right? You know, something that would be very familiar to us. We were just talking about divers, right? That Seiko has a lot of diver watches like that, but generally there are a lot of designs from late 60s and 70s that employ that sort of design, and um, not only in diver watches, of course. You know, the generic name is tonneau, right? You know, that sort of uh, case that's neither rectangular nor round necessarily.
Yeah, and then one of the first things I really noticed from this video is how a leather strap just fits on there with no gaps or anything like that. It just has straight where it's straight right there. No extra space there.
Nice. That's that's a good call, Aiden. I like that. I like that. I like that you pointed that out. This video, unfortunately, as much as I appreciate Waco's style, I love this guy. I love his Hawaii shirts, but specifically, you know, when he makes a little bit of a different, different kind of outfit when he is actually traveling internationally, it's always interesting. Um, of course, Singapore is a difficult climate, so he usually wears weather appropriate things there and is a lot more casual. This is our lovely Tim Masso as well. So let's see if we can see. Unfortunately, we are either seeing the chronograph movement or simply the centrally deployed seconds, but you get the idea more or less. Let me see if we... Did you see that? Look, when it crosses the 60, right? You know how the minute ticks there?
Yeah.
So that's their way of displaying the minutes. Of course, the centrally deployed seconds is chronograph seconds is quite easy to understand. That's the minute hands. And of course, that's an hour hand as well for the chronograph. Honestly, I like it. Again, I appreciate that, you know, at this point in time, there are still brands that are trying to invent and innovate in terms of the chronograph, you know, whether it is these sorts of different expressions of the chronograph, like Zynga, like H. Mosa Streamliner, or whether it is the Octofinissimo chronograph, for example, which is, pardon me, absolutely very sleek, very thin. I love it all. Of course, you know, as much as I might be less adventurous when it comes to these sorts of expressions, I also love, of course, the latest winner of the GPHG, the Legacy Machine Sequential Evo by Max Büsser and friends, which basically combines two separate chronograph movements. That's a little too adventurous for me, but that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate the expression and the innovation that goes into a watch like this. Of course, it's also well above my means as well, as you can see here, 172,000 Swiss francs. But this is the winner of the Aiguille d'Or in 2022 Grand Prize of Horology in Geneva.
Yeah, you don't want to have to service that thing.
Well, I'm sure, like, you know, it's like owning a supercar, Aiden. If you can buy it, I'm sure you will have some funds to service it as well. John D has a good point with regard to servicing. John, you would remember that I was talking last time that it has been 20 years since my Submariner got serviced, and it's still ticking. And as long as it's within the minutes, I don't care. You know, I'm not going to take it anywhere. How much wear could a movement incur from back hacking or from hacking seconds? In fact, servicing intervals are questionable anyway. I agree. I think brands are becoming more honest with that, John D. We were saying a lot of positive things about Oris in terms of how they start giving extended warranties that go all the way up to 10 years, and how they in fact suggest 10-year intervals for servicing as well. I think, you know, honestly, I'm sure some watchmaker somewhere is cursing me when I say this, but why would you take a watch to a watchmaker unless it stops? You know, in all fairness, that's been my rule of thumb, and I've been in this collecting game for 2 decades now. So far, so good, right? I never take my watches to watchmakers unless they stop, until they stop. There's no reason to do it by intervals. I know people tell you all sorts of horror stories when you say this, but trust your own instinct, trust your own experience. There's no reason to take your watches to get serviced, especially not by the brand, every 3 or 5 years. Trust me on this. Now, I will turn this around and say something that's probably much more vain and perhaps might strike you even as more idealistic. But if you have a local watchmaker, which is what I prefer, and really you want to sustain that ecosystem as a collector, by all means, man. I mean, take your watches even like every summer season to get the gaskets checked, right? You know, the watch that you're gonna wear by the beach, and that's somewhat precious to you for whatever reason. It can be sentimental, it can be monetary. You want to treat your watchmaker to something, you know, maybe you'll pay them something, maybe you will bring them a gift to get the gaskets checked. By all means, don't take me wrong, right? You know, I'm not trying to rob anyone of their livelihood and living. But there's no reason to get watches serviced when there's absolutely nothing wrong with them, right? There's no reason. I respect people who are into chronometry. I admire brands, makers who aspire to that, who realize that kind of standard and even go above and beyond cost standards as well. But for me, there's no reason to take a watch to a watchmaker just because it's running 6 seconds slow or 4 seconds fast, right? That's just not how I approach it. But you know, there's room for all of us, so don't take this as a damning statement in one way or another.
Yeah, 100%. How slow would a watch have to be though for you to take it into servicing?
For me, Aiden, I honestly don't care. I don't take watches to servicing until it stops. The only, again, as I said,
What if it was like a minute a day?
I have taken, yeah, a minute a day is fine. I have taken watches to servicing before, like, you know, if I'm going to take a vintage or neo-vintage watch, like a 90s watch, to a swim, like if I'm going to take it to a vacation, I would take it to my watchmaker to get the gaskets checked, just to make sure that it doesn't take in water for no reason whatsoever. Like, I'm not going to put my, you know, let's say GMT Master 2 16710 into harm's way for no reason, right? I will get the gaskets checked before I take it to the beach, let's say. But I have literally never taken a watch to a watchmaker, Aiden, in my entire life because it's too slow or too fast. Personal standpoint, again, this is not a judgment one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even get the gaskets checked, but I don't really jump in the pool with a nice watch on. I know that there's divers and stuff, but to me, I just don't have a real use to do that.
I agree. To be honest, you know, for a more everyday basis, for pool, you know, and I'm fortunate enough, or whatever you want to say for it, to live in Southern California. So if I'm just having a regular beach day, I just take one of my Seikos, you know, one of my watches that cost me $300. And that's what I take to the beach. That's what I take to the pool. But, if I'm having a special kind of trip and I actually want to wear, my sub, or want to wear one of my, 4 or 5 digit Rolexes, then I would get the gaskets checked. I would have them pressure tested, just to make sure. I don't even have to have the real intention to take them to water. But if I'm taking it on a trip, like let's say I'm taking my Submariner on a trip, and I might have that one night where, I imbibe too much liquor, and maybe, I
Yeah.
wanna go skinny dipping somewhere.
Whoa.
Um, yeah, sorry for that image, Aiden. It happens. Um, so I wanna be sure, because it's a watch that has sentimental value for me, right? I might not actually risk it that way, but if it happens, it happens, and I want to at least have the peace of mind that it won't leak water, it won't
Yeah.
have humidity ingress, so on and so forth.
Young Brando is you're the party guy whenever you go on vacation, huh?
Of course, isn't that what vacations are for? I usually don't. By the way, I'm not, for better or worse, I'm not the kind of person who takes yearly vacations. So when I take a vacation, it's usually well deserved, and after years and years of deprivation. So I do let my hair down, the 3 threads that are left on my head. I do take my time to relax and just let it all hang out. Um, John D says it's a very interesting method to run and display a chronograph. I think this was about Zynga Track 1. Junior Johnson says, I waited 35 years to get my Datejust serviced. Hey,
Wow.
that's why he is my brother from another mother. John D says, agreeing with him and with me 100%. When the watch stops working, I take it in. I have a 1958 Seamaster, which now shows a need for servicing. However, I'm going to go back to Omega for the full Swiss spa treatment. Look, I appreciate that, actually. For a 50s or 60s watch, if you can actually trust the brand to not indulge in, not engage in any of the services that you don't ask for, I would rather go with the brand. Again, if they are not price gouging, if they are not trying to charge me $4,000 or $5,000 for a simple service, of course. But again, I'm also kind of an idealist. I like to have. It's not just look, people keep saying, I like to think I'm a patriot, right? Yes, you have seen my face. Maybe I don't look like an average American to you, but I do actually love this country, and I buy American whenever I can. And I think part of that is, as a watch collector, I feel pretty strongly about supporting the ecosystem that allows us to exist at all, right? And on short term and even midterm, we can rely perhaps on shipping our watches globally and spending hundreds and thousands of dollars for servicing them. But ultimately, I think this hobby, this commitment, this passion is not sustainable unless we have watchmakers who can build watches from scratch, who can service most kinds of movements and most brands of watches in the US, in our state, in our region. I don't think we can exist as watch collectors for the long term. So I feel pretty strongly about that. It doesn't matter whether it is a Rolex or Breguet or Seiko or Zenith or Audemars Piguet. If I can have a local watchmaker who can take care of this watch, I much prefer that. And I can tell you all sorts of reasons why that is the case. But for me, the primary reason is because it is an American. And I don't say this in a chauvinistic way solely. I say it in the sense that I want to support someone who can take care of me, who can take care of me immediately, and who can be part of the local economy. For me, that's really important. I feel very strongly about that. JJ, good night, man. It's nice to see you.
Have a good night, JJ. Hey, did we fully answer that? I wonder if who was that? Ali Reza. I wonder if he was wanting to buy that watch. The Singer Track 1 Chronos, or
Yeah, look, I mean, I think here's my here's my standpoint about that. I think if I'm going to, in a way, put that much money into a chronograph like that, I'm not particularly hot on Zynga Track 1, as much as I love the bull's head configuration. I think I would, again, I'm not a big fan of this watch either, but if I'm gonna buy a chronograph like this, I would rather go with the Streamliner flyback chronograph. It does employ something quite similar, and it is a similar piece of design as well. As far as I know, I don't know if I'm mistaken or not, but I thought that, okay, the Streamliner is actually Streamliner employs a caliber called the HMC 902, which is designed by Agenhau or Agenhau. It is a movement called the Agengraph, and it is the same movement used by Zynga. No, sorry, it's a different movement than the one used by Zynga, but similar to one used by Fabergé. It says instantaneous jumping minutes, sweeping chronograph seconds hand. It's a column wheel chronograph with the flyback function. So I don't know. I think if it is a matter of quote unquote investment, I think I would move with Moza. I think it's a more interesting design. I think it's a more appealing design. Zynga, for whatever reason, doesn't really appeal to me in the same way.
what they should do is, why don't they just get a Daytona? Be patient, and get one at retail. I mean, maybe in about, who knows, a year, maybe you'll be able to get one at retail.
Things have become very interesting Aiden. I was just. Uh, do you know this consignment store called the Real Real?
I do not.
So the Real Real is basically a consignment store for hype beasts, by and large. It sells a lot of these hype brands, Balenciagas, Gucci's, and whatever else. But more recently, they they started selling watches, and I think they are trying to be kind of a disruptors in the space, right? So their pricing is very attractive, actually. And the thing is, if something stays in their stock, stays on consignment with them for a longer time period, they start applying discounts on it as well. And again, I don't. Once I buy a watch, I'm kind of committed to it almost for life. I've never, God forbid, hopefully this will be something that I can continue to do, but I never sold any of my watches. So I don't know the consignment aspect of it, but they do offer pretty attractive pricing. I think when you consign with them, they take like a 20% commission, which is not that different from a lot of the gray market dealers, even though it might sound excessive, and I would say it kind of is. Um, but anyway, so I was there in their Melrose store today. Speaking of Daytonas, um, they had a lot of interesting stuff, but of all things, they actually had um, a white gold Daytona with a meteorite dial. And this is the 6-digit reference that was mint. Look, the sticker was still there.
Ooh,
You can see in the back.
that's
Uh,
crispy.
it's a beautiful watch, and actually, it's kind of the luck of the draw, right? The dial. In
Wow.
person, it was extremely striking, the meteorite dial, and I was completely smitten by it. And again, you we agree on this. Um, I always advise people to remain patient and wait, but I'm also kind of struck by the fact that these have come down now to high 30s, which something like this would be snapped up at this price a year ago, uh,
Yeah.
like the second it appeared on the market. But that's the thing. If you are a conventional person, if you just want to go with the icons, if you love the Daytona, unless you are going with the ceramic bezel, stainless steel, the current reference in production, which is 116500LN, especially the Panda, there are so many deals already. There are deals in the 5-digit. There are deals in 116520. There are deals in precious metal Daytonas, especially uh, references like this, which come from the earlier reference and are actually on a leather strap, not on a full bracelet, not on an oyster flex. Um, it's on a certain level, it's insane. From another perspective, if you're patient, there will be more deals like this. They will be probably cheaper as well. But already you can get a white gold Daytona with a meteorite dial for $39,000.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that Daytona right there is absolutely amazing. Like I'm not a big fan of the Oyster Flex, but when you got if you got to go with the Oyster Flex, I mean, you got the meteorite dial. I think it's still a. I mean, you got that extra. Bam! Check it out. It's meteorite.
Yeah. And John D has a pretty interesting point here. Meteorite is unique to each dial. Again, it's like the luck of the draw. And some of them are incredibly striking, others entirely illegible, especially for a chronograph. It's pretty difficult to read. But this one, I'm not going to bother showing because the videos are not processed yet, but I got some wrist shots and wrist rolls, which I'm going to upload to the channel.
Ooh.
But the dial was really amazing in person. It's, again, I know my friend Swiss, who jumped on the channel a while ago, says that this is, Daytona is essentially a sports watch, and especially with the white dial, it has such a nice dynamic vibe. And, why did they put Roman numerals? I mean, we can nitpick about it all day long, but I think the white dial with this sort of meteorite dial that has, sorry, white gold with this sort of meteorite dial that has these striations and this sort of grayish shade more predominantly, I think that's a very, very unique and beautiful configuration. And again, it does come on a leather strap, which I know most people don't prefer. They either want the full matching bracelet or perhaps the Oyster Flex. But if none of this is a deterrent to you, this is actually a great example. I have actually seen it in person, which is something that I can't say about a lot of watches, a lot of specific examples that I display on this channel. And again, this watch, as well as any of the other watches that I present, I'm not paid anything. I don't take any commissions. There's absolutely nothing that goes in my pocket if and when you decide to buy any of these. So I therefore also claim no responsibility whatsoever. But I think this is a very good example. Look at the bezel and how crisp it is. The case itself was great. It was functional completely. Let's see if they are giving anything. It apparently comes with a receipt, but no box, no papers whatsoever. And of course, a sticker on the back, as well as the leather strap and the matching white gold clasp.
Now, would you rather have that piece right there, or would you rather have a brand new 40 millimeter day date with baguette diamonds? Because I think it's similar price.
Mm. What material is the day date?
18 karat yellow gold.
This one. I know we differ on this, Aiden, but I
That's
like
a tough choice.
Yeah, I mean, I like the especially because the Daytona is essentially a sports watch. I like the fact that it's in white metal, and anyone who sees it on this sort of leather strap will know that. But anyone who knows anything about Rolex watches and about Daytona specifically will know it's white gold if they see it. And for anyone else, it will be basically invisible.
Well, what about a day date 40 in your own configuration? Like it could be white gold or whatever. Would you still pick this Daytona?
I think so. I really pined for a pink gold olive green dial day date 40 at some point in time, Aiden. and I think that's still a cool watch. And yeah, the problem is, again, I'm someone who is not even 40 years old, but who looks like, 60 years old, and I'm not gonna wear a pink gold watch, on a pink gold president bracelet. It's just too too much sugar daddy vibes that I don't need in my life. But it is an amazing watch. Don't take me wrong. I would rather go with something in white gold. So I would still go with this 116509.
Yeah, you just need the bracelet. I don't. I'm just not a. I would never take a Daytona and put it on an Oyster Flex or anything else other than the bracelet.
Look, I agree. I mean, the bracelet is, there are so many aspects of a full bracelet watch that is simply so practical, right? In, like, at this time of the year, we don't really feel it, but in Los Angeles, for the most part, especially for a sweaty mofo like me, it really pays off to wear a bracelet watch, because I run through, leather straps pretty quickly. When I start to sweat, I really sweat a lot. So it's not the most practical thing, but I'm also kind of on the same page as John D. Funny enough, even though this is essentially a sports watch, I do prefer to have it on leather. I think it's a very elegant look. I think it's a very distinguished look. Um, I think it is a little bit of a, I don't know what to say. I mean, kind of like a cognitive dissonance. That's why I also like Oyster Flex on Daytonas, right? You have precious metal and rubber band, and in this case, you have precious metal and leather band, which kind of makes it like a dress watch. Um, and I know, if you're really pedantic, you will say, well, the dial is still confusing and too complicated to be a dress watch. But we live in an age where people wear, actual neckties to black tie functions, so it doesn't really matter. No one knows the rules to apply them anyways. So as long as you have something like this, you will be just fine. um, I don't know. I like it. It's not practical, right? I do agree that bracelet is probably better, even objectively speaking. But I just think this looks cooler, man. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, that Daytona, it's really just mesmerizing. Really, you could just sit and stare at that thing all day, and it's got the meteorite. Oh man, what more? What more could you want? What more would you need?
Well, I guess platinum Daytona would be nice too, but this will do it just fine. This will do the trick.
Oh yeah, I think that'll get the job done on the wrist for sure. That's that could be a one and done. I think just wear it all the time.
Absolutely. Well, now that you say it, I'm kind of tempted. Maybe I should sell everything but the Submariner and just get this.
Yeah, yeah, I know how you feel. I've considered, selling some stuff and selling off some watches and getting something, just getting a really nice piece. Um, just get a really, really nice stunner in precious metal. I think that's the way to do it.
I want to share, by the way, since we are talking about collecting, I want to share something that Big Meech shared with me, um, and it's a young lady talking about her Funko Pops, but I think this is something that applies basically about all of us collectors, and I want you to listen to this, Ada.
Oh, but they lose their value when you take them out with the institutions. I don't have all of these because of their monetary value. I have them because I'm mentally ill.
What do you think? Is that why you have your
But they
collection?
lose their value when you take them out of the box. You shouldn't take them. I don't have all of these because of their monetary value. I have them because I'm mentally ill.
What do you think, Aiden?
I think for some people, that's definitely true. Yeah, it's definitely true. I think we all have our own little quirks. I think everybody has, something, about them that's unique, right? So, but yeah, I think us watch people, we get obsessed. We get obsessed over watches, and sometimes we do take it a little bit too far. We do take it too far.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely, as the youngins say, relatable content. This is completely something I empathize with. I feel like this, and this is the channel where I constantly say I don't really care about monetary value. I don't care about investment potential and whatever else. So I do agree. I have all these watches not because of their monetary value or investment potential, but because I'm mentally ill. It's a great summary for the collector's psyche.
Exactly. Yeah, it's definitely it can definitely be a problem at times. If you just keep getting watches, and then you have tons of box watches, and then they just sit around. They just sit in the safe, and it's yeah, it can be kind of sad. But I think I mean, I think I'm to the point where I kind of just want to consolidate and get something really nice, like sell off some extra watches that are just sitting around, and get a precious metal stunner. I think that's the way to go.
I wanted to ask you, Aiden, family, friends, or loved ones in your life, maybe a significant other. What do they think of your watch collecting habit or your watch collection? How do they look at it? Hey, JB, welcome to the channel.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yes, sir.
I like the real story. I bought a watch from them and they shipped it to me. And when I got it, it was the box looked like it had just been like falling off the truck, right? It was a Mont Blanc, and it was just so beat up. I mean, it's almost like it kind of rattled by the time it came to me. And it came in this little bag, no styrofoam, no nothing. And I just the presentation of a naked watch that was, it was just kind of a flyer. But I took it to the store the next day and got my money back. It wasn't even sent properly. But if you see one online, they'll ship it to like your nearest store for if it's over $1,000 watch. So, anything that's on their website, you can get it in the store, I think within a day or two.
Yeah. Didn't they list the condition and pictures and everything? Couldn't you see it before you purchased?
Well, it had Meisterstruck right on the side that wasn't in the pictures. I didn't realize how big it was. It was really just a flyer. I mean, this is kind of an impulse buy.
Gotcha. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Sometimes it's just not what you expect. But yeah, JB, what do you think about consolidating into a stunning precious metal piece? What do you think? Is that something that you would do with your collection? Do you already have a precious metal or what?
I wear a lot of the time an Oyster Flex Daytona.
Oh, nice. What one is it?
Yellow gold, and it's got diamonds, but I'll turn it on. Hang on.
Yeah, I mean, JB is someone who started on the other end, basically. I think one of his first serious watches, if not the first serious watch that he had, was that Oyster Flex Daytona, yellow gold, black dial with brilliant diamonds as index markers. When it comes to the real, the guy, yeah,
Ooh, yeah.
when it comes to the real, when it depends on the particular location. Some locations, just like some authorized dealers, have someone who takes care of watches, but who is actually just a luxury goods salesperson who doesn't know much about watches. The person in the Melrose location, for example, is a guy who actually cares a lot and loves watches and knows quite a bit about them. And it's not something that you can take for granted, unfortunately, at this point in time. Even when you go to a Breitling boutique, a Rolex boutique, an Omega boutique, a Patek Philippe boutique, an Audemars Piguet boutique, you might encounter a salesperson who has decades of experience in watches. You might encounter someone who just left a job at Gucci and came to Audemars Piguet. So it's not always the kind of service, knowledge, and care that you might expect as a watch enthusiast. But unfortunately, that's become the order of the day, just all across the industry, not only in the real. So I'm sorry to hear about that bad or average experience, JB. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me, unfortunately.
I think it's just a wide variety there. One of the things that I would be careful with, though, is some of the older ones that were like, the really high, expensive, like over 70,000 with, some of the older pieces, because they may be able to authenticate, but really, I mean, how much expert knowledge would there be for something like that?
I think dime piece, Bryn, the New York City based watch collector, content creator, salesperson. She did a little bit with the real. She actually went to their location, like the authentication location in New Jersey, and sat down with the watchmaker there. And apparently it's someone who seems quite legit. But again, how many of these authenticators they have nationwide? Does it go through one location, or do they have a couple of regional? Look, at the end of the day, that's why we have these sorts of platforms, JD. It's
I love the store, though. I mean,
you
I've
can
bought
never.
in quite a bit from the Real, and I think they have good quality stuff. Um,
Yeah, but you can't outsource, all the knowledge to someone else. That's the problem. It's good to receive guidance from people you can trust, who don't have, especially who don't have direct financial stake in that transaction. Um, on the other hand, nothing substitutes for what you know and what you feel at ease once you are engaging in that transaction. So nothing is going to replace that. So I have nothing against the real. Again, it's especially recently, whenever I go to their Melrose location here in Los Angeles, I always see great watches. And the worse the market turns, the better their selection is. Um,
And it's they're watches that you don't get to see, like you wouldn't normally see in person. Like I remember seeing at the Real Real an HYT, which is a like a
mm,
liquid, it's like a movement that has liquid on it, or liquid powered. I think they divested or somebody acquired them, but um, it's just monstrous watch that's completely moving in a completely different manner than all the other mechanical watches there. And it's kind of an oddity. It's like those Jacob and Co. kind of crazy, almost decorative watches. But I mean, this one had some updated technology. At least these guys were, you know, put a couple good watches out there. Um,
yeah, and like you said, it's sometimes completely unexpected. I saw one of these, for example. Like, I saw a 5-digit Daytona with the black dial. I saw that meteorite dial in white gold on leather strap 116519, and I saw one of these, like the grid salmon dial Cartier Pasha on a full bracelet. Um,
yep.
you see like a little bit of everything.
But you see what is, I would say, what is the high end of luxury goods? Because, there is a section there that's basically behind glass that has the Birkin bags and a lot of the stuff. I mean, if I'm within probably 2 or 3 square miles of the Real Real, I'll at least walk through there and see what they have. Um, but you can also see where, like perhaps Goyard pieces that you wouldn't have a chance to buy if you weren't near the actual retail location. Um, Men and women Louis Vuitton items.
Hey
I'm not
man,
crazy about. Yeah,
if you want to buy Goyard pieces, don't go to the Real Real. They really put a premium on those. Just ask me. I live near one. I can get you at list price most of the stuff that you would like.
for sure. I'm just saying. I mean, you get exposed to some of the higher end luxury stuff that you wouldn't know unless you kind of seen it. Um, yeah, it's like a RG luxury playground in there.
Right. That's actually an amazing way to put it. Yeah, because again, since they started to sell watches more seriously, it really is like that. You can find Louis Vuitton trunks, briefcases, entire collections, in fact, of ready to wear as well off the rack. And you have luxury watches which really rival um, some of the best of secondhand watch sales locations. I mean, certainly they have better selections than most backpack watch salesmen. What do you think about the Pasha, JB? I wanted to seek your opinion on this. Do you like this design? Do you think it's not appealing at all? Um,
For a woman, I think it's okay. This isn't my style. Um, to me, I think it just doesn't flow well enough off the lugs. Perhaps if they would have came off of it a little bit closer and integrated it a little bit more, but I know that's kind of what makes this watch what it is.
right. I think I think in a way it's again, I love those lugs. I know that people go crazy about it when Vianney Alter does some of his exclusive models with a similar design aesthetic. I love the numerals. I love those stylized Arabic numerals as well. I think overall the watch is just a little bit of, a little too much for me. On the integrated bracelet, it's even worse, I want to say. On the leather strap, I like it a little more. But yeah, it's not for me, it's not the femininity. It just does not have the same flow, as you said, as Gérald Janta's other designs, like the Royal Oak, like the Nautilus, or even the Pole Router. I feel like this has a lot more rough edges and maybe too much contrast for my liking between the case and the lugs. And it's actually not that surprising because the lugs are not his design when it comes down to it. The so-called Vendôme lugs are actually Louis Cartier's design. So for him to integrate that to his original sketch might have been quite difficult, and perhaps that's one aspect of what makes the watch unwieldy. But I absolutely love the crown, which of course comes off. I think that's quite cool.
For sure, unique. Oh, it's a lot going on though on that side of the wrist. I mean, even wearing a Daytona, you've got kind of 3 pushers there. But it sticks out a little.
Nick Butter, thank you, man. Thank you. Creating a musical video reel for my watch IG page and just checking into the stream. Nick Butter, tell me what your handle is on Instagram, and I'm happy to advertise it right here. And thank you for your super chat. Aidan, I wanted to ask you, now that you're back, when you think of consolidating, what kind of piece are you looking at, or what are the different options you have for that precious metal piece that you are pining for?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. There's so much available. There's so much. I should say there's so much to choose from. I shouldn't say so much available. You guys would be like, available? Wait a minute. No, there's not. But there's just so much to choose from, and I really don't know what piece I would go for. But I just know that I want precious metal rather than a basic steel watch.
Okay.
Precious metal has its flash to it. Obviously, I wear one often, but I don't necessarily always show it, and so you kind of keep a watch like this over your cuff a lot of the time. But it sort of makes a statement. But with the Oyster Flex, it doesn't stand out quite as bad with more than half the watch is black. It's only if someone really kind of catches it.
Yeah, or even something more classic, just a dress piece on leather, a very simple classic dress piece on leather. I think that's a great way to go, at least for me. Like you were talking about, an old guy's watch. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's just where I'm at now. I mean, I'm not old, but I want the old man's, watch on leather, I guess.
Okay. I will do a shameless plug here, but I was just actually recently sharing with my people on Patreon a kind of unique reference of a Vacheron Constantin chronometer dress watch. This is something they call the Batman because of the unique case shape that Alexandre Rotby, who is currently the head of watches for Middle East and Europe in Philips, he used to be one of the leading figures in the Vacheron Constantin collectors community. And when he was describing this Royal Chronomètre 6694, he said, rather than a dress watch, it's something that looks like, something that belongs to Batman's utility belt. And I kind of agree. It's a cool case design that you can really find in, at this segment, mostly at Vacheron Constantin. They like doing different kinds of things with the lugs, and generally they take more artistic liberty with their case designs among the so-called Holy Trinity. And this is a gorgeous dress watch that can be regulated to chronometric precision as well. Beautiful domed crystal, white gold. And it's about $15,000. So this particular example is 16,500. I've seen them also in yellow gold quite often. Not sure if they were ever made in platinum and pink gold, but I would not be surprised. I think they're beautiful and unique pieces. Again, something that clearly is in vintage territory, but is also simply, very, in a way, it seems like it's before its time, right? It's something that doesn't quite belong to the 60s, even though it is from the 60s. It's like 35, 36 millimeters as well, and with those lugs it wears a little bigger. And it's certainly not your boring dress piece, right? It's not a grandpa watch, even though it's precious metal, even though it's so-called Holy Trinity. It's something quite unique. Again, not for everyone, but it's a different option. Not everyone has to go for a Calatrava for a precious metal piece. Happy New Year, man. Nice to see you. Yeah, what do you think about a piece like this, Aiden?
It's a very interesting piece. I do like it. I don't know if that would be something that I would go out and actively purchase. But yeah, it's really nice. That's something, kind of along the lines of something that I want, something really basic. It could be with a date or even without a date. And then just a precious metal, and then put it on a leather strap. And I think that's a classy way to go. And I think even with leather straps and stuff like that, you can wear them casually. You can wear them casually, or you can dress it up too. I think it works both ways.
Look at this. I mean, it's so overbearing that it's cool. Like the fact that they set a diamond in that Maltese cross. It's so obnoxious, but so good.
I like it.
Me too.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't 16,000 like it, but the outside of, you see where those lugs come off. It's almost like the cross there can kind of fit on the outside of it. Like you can kind of see like the cross could almost go around the outside of those lugs, and
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, there's a reason why they have that archival model called 1955 Comte de Vache, right? Their chronograph in the historique line. Vacheron Constantin loves doing these sorts of quirky designs with their lugs. And
those are all baguette diamonds there.
no, the dial fixtures are actually just rhodium plated, matching the
Okay.
white gold case. It's just that small diamond that's
Right.
sitting on the Maltese cross for the logo.
You know, when I look at sometimes look at watches like this that are so simple. The only kind of thing that distinguishes itself is the different writing on it. So
Mhm.
you'll see in this one the largest font is it says Royal, and so what
Yes.
is that? What I mean, just to add to the obnoxiousness of it, but it kind of works. It's a
Look, I
little bit
mean,
Highlands.
it's like, this is kind of the opposite, but when you see, for example, a novel by someone who is a Nobel Prize winner, and the title of the book is in very small font, and the name of the author is like, larger than life.
Right.
And this is even more obnoxious in a sense, because the brand of the watch is like very small and humble, and like you said, Royal is larger than everything else on the dial. So clearly they're putting out some sort of message out there, although I'm not sure if it's communicating with anyone at all. But again, it adds to that quirkiness, that obnoxiousness that is relayed by that diamond in the middle of the Maltese cross. The fonts that are used, there are, I think, at least 3 different fonts on the dial, which, again, depending on your perspective, you can find to be a very undesirable design element, or something that's charming. In my case, I find it charming, but again, I completely understand if you don't. Pardon me.
And they use the spacing to and the size to balance it off. I think it works. This is a manual wind, right?
No, this is automatic. Um, Incidentally, it's one of the little things they happen to write on the dial.
Oh, you know what? Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, how do you guys feel about manual wind watches? Is that something that you guys have, or something that you would consider, or are you guys just like, oh wait, I have to manually wind it? I'm not interested.
I love it. I have one.
Increasingly, Aiden, I used to be, early in the day, when I first started collecting watches. By the way, Happy New Year, Vince Fine Arts and Shamba Basher. Hey, welcome back to the channel. I used to be a self-winding guy exclusively, but as time went by, I started to get more and more, uh, hand-wound watches. So what I'm wearing right now, the Lemania CH27 chronograph, that's a hand-wound piece. I have my Universal tri-compacts, that's hand-wound. I also have a piece that's coming in that is hand-wound as well. I just love it, especially watches that I wear perhaps less often, right? Less often than my Rolexes. Um, I kind of like the fact that, like, I need to set them, that I need to wind them, that I need to engage with them in a certain way on a regular basis. It's something that excites me. I know most people actually abhor having to set a complete calendar. In my case, it's a joy for me to, even adjust the moon phase on my Universal tri-compacts. I enjoy it. I don't know, Aiden. Is that something that scares you away from certain kinds of watches?
Um, I've never had a manual wind watch, so I don't really know from experience. But it sounds like it's like I would rather not deal with it, but I'm not not really opposed to it. It depends. If I really like the watch, and yeah, and if I just like it, then and it's manual wind, I'd probably just still get it.
I kind of, it's not like a chore though. It's just like kind of like having your buckled and then you just kind of turn it a couple times. It gives you a sort of a satisfying feeling, I guess, to interact with it that way. You forget about it the rest of the day.
Yeah, but I will admit, changing watches, like if I have multiple watches, maybe I'll just wear one watch one time out of a month, the whole month or something. I won't even bother setting the date on it. I'll just, whatever the date it was on, I'll leave it for that, and then wear it that day, and then put it away, and then it dies again. You have to, obviously reset the time and all that.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach. But I mean, I
Yeah.
think that's common though. I mean, I think that's fairly common among folks. I will say though, having a quick set date. I mean, you guys were talking about Royal Oaks, and I mean, there's a big difference between one that you have to, if you're OCD like I am, having it correct can take a little bit of work. I have a TISO that I wear every once in a while, and it has a day and a date function on it, and it's just annoying, just winding and winding and winding.
Do you guys hear this by any chance?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear it.
Yeah, so that's one thing I like about a proper hand wound watch, because of course there are a lot of automatic / self-winding movements that you can also hand wind, but they don't necessarily get the action, the feeling, and the sound that you would get from a proper manual piece, which is like, something like this, or something like the 7806 Navi timer that JB has there. But listen to this.
Okay, I thought it was a bezel.
No, it's the movement, man, and it's such a joy, Aiden. I mean, if you're a watch geek, it's hard not to be charmed by stuff like this. Do you hear the pusher as well?
Oh yeah. You need to do like the ASMR. That's like a big thing, right? Where you do the sounds, and some people just, I don't know, they watch those videos and they like it. Like, oh, that's what the watch sounds like.
I'm not sure if I have the tits for that, Aiden, but yeah, thanks for the suggestion. ASMR is good, but I think you need to be also physically attractive. I don't think I am. But
no, it's just for the watch. It's for the watch. Just do the. You don't even have to be in the picture if you don't want to. That's.
Yeah, I love that Navi timer. It's a great piece, man.
But yeah, manual wind, just wind it and go.
Dang, JB is a chronograph kind of guy, aren't you? Or is that what's up?
Mm-hmm.
Got a couple, yeah. But this is one that doesn't catch, the eye. I love this one. This one is, it's easy too. Just wind it and go.
In a way, JB, I mean, I understand when you say it doesn't catch the eye. On the other hand, Navi timer is one of those watches that if you know, it's unmistakable. If you know how it looks, it's a watch that you can identify from 5 miles away. It's such a distinctive aesthetic,
right,
that it's hard to mistake it for anything else.
So
yep. For watch people, they're going to notice.
It has some feedback here as well. So like, you go lining up. Apparently you can do math on this thing, but this one, you could line up the different times here, and then the chronograph here. I've got a little bit of a problem. I bought this. It's in great condition, but you can see the date is off just a little bit, and toward the end of the day, it starts to lean a little bit more.
Nice. You did math on. I should just consolidate into a Casio calculator watch. That's what I should do. You can do math on it. You can run all kinds of stuff, and people will think you're really cool. You pick up all the ladies with it. Like,
And
hey,
not
what's
the
your phone
original.
number? And type it in there. Be like,
Exactly.
okay.
Yeah.
You should see what I can spell it out to say.
Very good.
All right.
But yeah, how old is that Breitling? Is that like a newer model, or is that
1972.
what is it?
1972.
Okay.
41 mil. And it's 7806.
The twin jet, man. I love the logo. I love the logo.
Sign B there. Yeah.
It's
But you know,
beautiful.
it sits really flat on your wrist, so you can see it curves out a little bit. That Vacheron you showed, I mean, that was really kind of sticking out. But this is actually very slim on your wrist because of how wide this is. It's 41 mil across, but if it sits flat, no problem.
Yeah. Are you
Yeah.
gonna give us the ASMR where you can hear the winding?
Yeah.
Or
Would you like to wind it?
I'm holding an iPad, but yeah, let me try.
don't drop your iPad.
The 806 and 7806 are great watches. The 7806 has that addition of the date between 4 and 5 o'clock. It's more of a 70s piece than the 60s piece that the 806 is, that Breitling just reissued as well. But they're both great watches. In this reverse panda configuration, it's just a visual feast, man. I love it.
Yep, and it's got the snappy. It'll snap back quite nice. Yeah, it's cool. And I stole this one. It's not on the original strap. This is one of the things that annoys me with it. You've got this beautiful, great condition, pretty old watch, but I've got to figure out how to get one of the either the shark tooth or the
Would
one
you
that has like it's got a little orange strip right here from the original.
would you like a twin jet logo buckle for it?
Perhaps. Do they make that?
I'll get you one. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it.
Wow. Yeah, manual wine. But I got this at an auction where, the 3 or 4 pieces before didn't sell, and he started to get frustrated, and so I snapped it up. Um, yeah, it's been a fun one though.
Yeah, no, that's a great piece. That's a great piece. I think, even between those two, right? The one that's on your wrist and the one you have there, I think that could be a great collection for for most people. One stainless steel that you can wear just about any day and every day. It has the date as well, which I abhor, but it actually has a kind of everyday utility. So in stainless steel with that date, you have that option. And then for something that's a little flashier, that's a little more formal even, you can have your Daytona.
Yeah, they're fun.
Yeah, well, JB, what's your next watch? Like, are you thinking about any other watches? Are you content, or
Oh yeah,
what are your plans?
I was looking at Cartier Santos. Um, I don't have like a square watch, and I don't think that I'm quite reverso. If I was going to go that dressy, I'd probably wear the Daytona. So I like the wearability of those kinds of watches in those kind of price ranges, like around the 5,000 mark. I wear an Aquaterra quite a bit as well. So it's not all flash, but the different brands all have cool things about them. and give off different looks. He wants the Daytona. All right.
Remind me while you're at it, JB, what's the lug width on your 7/8 06? It's 22 millimeter, right?
2220, I believe.
It's
Yeah.
lug width is 20, you said?
See 22 at the top.
Yeah, 22. Yes.
But I think
Sounds good.
you can see the scratches that are on it. But yeah, this is one of my daily wear. This light isn't probably giving it justice, but in the natural light, man, this thing really glistens.
That's a cool watch, man. I honestly, this is one of the watches that makes me feel sorry about people who just can't handle diamonds on the dial. That's one of the watches that justifies it completely. I think it looks great.
I'm just under probably 7-inch wrist, so it's not, it fills it up fine. Yeah, I feel like this is a little bit too much of a show and tell, though.
Yeah, do you ever get compliments on that watch? Or people you don't tell them that you're wearing it and they notice it?
I don't get stopped for it, but I'm also kind of careful when I'm watching, when I'm wearing it, especially if I've got my, I'm out with the family.
Mhm.
Yeah, watch people will notice it and ask about it. And anytime I see someone else that's wearing a Daytona, you're like, "What's up?" Because they're usually just excited about wearing one as well.
Sorry, I'm working on something on the background. Actually, let me see. It's about to be done.
But that and I guess maybe a Yachtmaster 40, the rhodium dial. I like the kind of this all silver look on that.
All right. Sorry to interfere,
Go ahead.
JP, but you're in contact with me on Instagram, so just send me a shipping address. I already got the twin jet buckle and a matching lizard strap for you, actually. So I'll send it your way the minute you send me the address.
Wow, thank you.
Of course, man.
I'm excited.
By all means, man. You have been a great friend for me and a wonderful supporter of this channel. So you deserve it. You deserve it. Shamba Basher, thank you so much. £8.99 sterling. Thanks, JB. Lovely watch. Hope this small contribution helps keep the lights on, Lord. Man, I'm in the dark here. I'm in the dark here. Send money now for the electricity bill, man.
He needs more. He needs to get the lights turned back on. Thank you, Shamba. Shamba. Very nice of you.
Thank you so much, man.
I'm glad to share it, to show it to you too, because, it's a little safer to do it on a stream, perhaps.
No, we appreciate it, JB. I mean, again, show and tell or what, it's it doesn't happen every day, right? Let's put it like this. People roll in with all sorts of watches here, but not many. I don't think anyone in my community has necessarily a Daytona on an Oyster Flex. So it's a cool watch. So thanks for sharing. And certainly, actually, as it happens, the 7/8 06 is even more rare. I think, most of the Breitling collectors would probably have something like 806 or like a more recent Navi timer.
But you know what? They weren't in the auction.
right, something that's larger, perhaps. You have the one that's in, classic sizing, vintage proportions. That's a great daily wear. Again, I don't want to sideline the Daytona in any way, but stainless steel, you have the date function, there's a lot that you can get out of that.
You see, when this got really popular in the let's say 90s and early 2000s, where Breitling really was kicking on all cylinders. These watches were 44, 46 mil, and to have an older one that's 41 that fits. Um, that's why I liked it, because a lot of times I liked all the busyness of the dial, but what you can see is the hands are like a completely different shade than anything else that you see that's white on the dial. So you like when you look down at it, the hands kind of do stick out, like is a different shade.
By the way, speaking of which, yours is very similar to the ones that Breitling supplied to the Jordanian Air Force. You see this?
Yeah, that's exact almost.
And it has this, the crown and the Arabic script on the case back. Air Jordan, as it were.
That's right.
Not the Nike one, but
So you'll see, in a lot of the Breitling designs, you'll see just the 12 at the top, and that kind of carries through some of their modern lines too. It's the only number that you'll see. It's in big there, and it is in lume. You know what I should do? I'm going to turn my camera off for a second. I'm going to go get a black light for it, because that's the best part about this watch too.
ooh, Bob, New York City. Thank you so much. $4.99. Always learning on this watch stream. Thanks. So, thank you, man. I appreciate this. It really, honestly, Bob, I'm such a dork that it fills my heart with warmth when I hear people are learning on this stream. Um, so I appreciate that. I appreciate it as much as your contribution.
Yep. Thanks, Bob. NYC. I wonder if Bob is from New York City. Maybe.
Maybe. But he certainly has that beautiful Vacheron Constantin overseas, the third generation, time and date. And Big Meech is giving us a super sticker. Super sticker. It doesn't say anything, does it? It's hard making donations, he says. Thank you. Thank you, Big Meech. It's hard. It's certainly getting me hard to see you make donations, Big Meech. Thank you so much. You're turning me on.
It looks like Bob NYC said, "Yes, I am." Yes, he is. Okay. Very cool. Very cool.
So, yeah, the Breitling Navi Timer 7806 has Valjoux caliber 7740 beating inside it. So 7750, of course, is ubiquitous, and that's a self-winding caliber. 7740 is hand wound. The 806 has a Venus caliber inside it. Those are also very cool. I'm gonna try to show you one that's in decent condition, while JB is trying to get his stuff together there. So this is the 806. It comes in two different visual aesthetics. This is perhaps a little easier to find. They also have what they call a big eye, which means that the chronograph registers are just slightly bigger in terms of their proportion. So it's just a little larger, these white subdials. And those are beating with Venus 178 caliber. And as you see, there's no dates here between 4 and 5, which carries into the 7806, the 70s Nave timer with a Valjoux 7740 caliber. Big Meat says, sorry, you get whatever's left over from my OnlyFans subscriptions. Hey, man.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, I can't provide anything that's a lot more exciting. And Nick Butter says, hey, no R-rated content, guys. Yeah, it is what it is, man. Let's see what JB is showing us.
All right, I'm going to turn the light off here. But you see how the red starts to, maybe I can put it in front of here. The red will really kind of jump off the page. I mean, off the dial. The accents here.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit of fluorescent light in the red markers really on the outside light up.
Nice. Love it.
Yeah, it's a cool feature that you wouldn't know otherwise, but
If you don't know, now you know.
Man, sometimes you wish, you lived at a time when this luminous material has not yet expired, right?
yep. And it's crazy that it still keeps it, it still keeps it, but quickly returns back to darkness. It doesn't hold its light very long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to show the red accent parts when you first see it, or if you're ever out somewhere that has just a little bit of fluorescent light. I mean, it really pops.
Yeah, the thing is, like the $100 Seikos that have Seiko loom, nothing really beats $100 Seiko loom. You get up into some pricey watches, yet the regular Seiko loom just is the winner. What's up with that?
I
Right.
love those, man. Yeah, hard to compete with that. Let me see if I have it lit up like that. Let's see. I didn't wear my Seiko today, but it should still be charged up in a way.
So Aiden, when you is that something you look for when you're selecting watches? Is the loom factor or how it looks? Because sometimes I feel like it's a little bit of a gimmick. I mean, it's cool and all, but I don't know. Seems like reaching over for the phone is probably a little more effective.
As far as whenever I'm buying a watch, no, loom is not like really the deciding factor or not. It just depends on the watch.
It is interesting though how some of the Seikos they've got designs that are kind of their cornerstone doesn't matter, which model you have. That they've kind of got it figured out with a recognizable pattern.
Yeah. I just find it odd that you could spend, 20 grand on a watch and the lume is actually better on $100 Seiko. So I just, that to me just blows my mind.
Right.
Oh, what was he showing there? Was he showing lume on there?
He's charging it up.
Yeah, I am
changing the batteries.
Let's see. No, there's too much light coming from the screen, so there's no way of actually showing the lume. I mean, I can see it now. That since I've charged it up with
I've bought in watches I've bought in watches that I've just kind of impulse bought before and didn't realize how beautiful they were under the lume, like the Aquaterra. If you see that one under lume, I mean, it lights up and has its own kind of character with it, with the triangle markers that come off the edges. I mean, it's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, John D says Timex Indiglo is the best lume. Well,
that's right.
I mean, there's a point in that. There is certainly a point in that.
That brings back the memories of the Iron Man watch that would light up, that single color blue that were really popular in the 90s.
Oh yeah. I remember being younger and I remember seeing somebody with one of those watches and I thought, oh, that is so cool. That watch has, this backlight on it. And wow, I don't know. I just remember seeing it. I just thought it was so amazing. And at that time, when you're younger, you can't just, I couldn't just get whatever I wanted.
Right.
But that was my,
those Iron Man
early
watches
days
were
of
a thing. That was the thing. Like, that was the thing to get, that was the coolest.
Yeah. That was one of my first ish watches, was just a regular Timex. I wore like a regular time, but I was really, really young. And I absolutely enjoyed just a regular $20 Timex. I thought it was amazing.
I think they're just great. I mean, it's I try not to wear any quartz watches anymore, but one of my daily wears when I was in high school was a Timex Weekender. So, I can't hate on that. Between the Swatch Diver in the most obnoxious shade of neon yellow and a Timex Weekender, that was my 2-watch collection when I was still in high school. So
Aiden, do you have
winner?
Do you have a watch that you can't believe that you once bought? Like, you're just like, this thing's ridiculous. Like, I know, just one that you just really regret.
Go ahead.
Yeah, regret. Do you regret any watches that you have bought, Aiden?
That is a good question. That is a very, very good question. Well, right now I'm talking about consolidating, so it's like, well, maybe I should have just saved up instead of getting a few. Just get one really, really, really good watch, and then have some other extras to go with it. But as far as regrets, nothing really stands out as a regret. No, not at all. No.
No, honestly, JB, I don't regret anything either. I still have I have actually more than one Timex Weekender. Same watch, just with different NATO straps, basically. I love them all. I don't wear them anymore, and most of them have basically expired, right? The battery ran out, but it's okay. I don't know. I thought, like, at a certain point, I thought that I might regret some of my Seikos, the Seiko 007, 009. But every time I go to, especially like when I go to a pool or like a hot tub, that's the watch I wear. It's, I
Serves
don't
its
know.
purpose.
I mean, it's not even that. I just think, like, Seiko is such a different vibe. Like, I just
Right.
enjoy that watch in a way that I can't enjoy luxury watches in the same way.
So
And
you weren't totally skinny dipping. You had your Seiko on. All right.
JB, I mean, again, you know me enough, but you also don't know me in person. So there might be that sort of difference. But I do wear my watches like with abandon. But nevertheless, I do things with my Seiko watches that I just can't bring myself to do with luxury watches. You know what I mean?
Right, like if you're changing a tire on, or something like that.
Exactly. So, like, for me, it's they're just as vital to my collection as anything else that might be a more big ticket item. It's just not, one doesn't really take the place of another. They're just as important for me. um, and increasingly, I think I'm looking, because my Seiko watches are very much, even this new Rowing Blazers one with that blue dial. uh, they call these dress KX because it's smaller and it doesn't have the rotational bezel, but it's still a very sporty watch. So I'm kind of looking for something that's in this price range and that's a little dressier, that's a little more classic, that's a little bit of a more formal piece, more Seiko Presage than Seiko Prospects, so to speak. So I feel like there's a gap like that in my collection, something that I can wear like this, but maybe in a way that's more careless. So I'm looking for that kind of piece.
Yeah, I will say that I do regret not buying a watch before. There's some watches that I was looking at. This is before I was really into luxury watches. I was just buying, you know, just more affordable watches. But some of these watches, they're like, okay, you could get it for 200, 250, and all of a sudden they're worth $1,000. So it's like, well, I could have just made some money and then flipped it,
Right.
which I actually have done. But I didn't get every single model that you know went to the moon.
But you were
Um,
taking $250 gambles on hopefully, with the limited supply and the popular demand, right?
Well, there wasn't really like limited supply or anything. Like I had no idea that the watches would even go up in value. I didn't even that wasn't even a thought. I never thought that would even happen. But like for example, one of them that went up in value was, I talked about it before, was the SKX 007. I mean, I had bought, I think I bought like four of them whenever they were like $125 or $120 brand new,
Right.
and now they're selling for I think around like 500 ish.
And you think
So
about like the Moon Swatch, same thing, where you've got kind of this plasticky, kind of just hypey watch.
well, that
With
hype that was like hype immediately. Like this took years before the SKX
but here's
went
the
out of
thing, David.
production.
Did you bought all those watches, but did you sell them?
I think I have two SKX 007s left. I mean, I have a lot of watches, so I honestly don't really remember. I think I have two.
So of all you bought, you only have two remaining, or you bought two and you just kept them?
I only have two remaining. I think I bought around maybe 4 or 5 SKX 007 total that I've owned.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think, Archie kept saying this at a certain point in time, if as watch collectors, our biggest regrets are about watches that we didn't buy, we're doing fairly well, both as watch collectors and as just, average human beings. And I agree with that. Um, I don't even regret watches that I didn't buy. Like in 2017, um, they actually offered me a 5% discount on a Vacheron Constantin overseas with a blue dial. And I didn't buy it because it's a watch that I didn't like. And I'm sure I could have sold it at a certain point in time because I didn't like it, for quite the premium. But I don't know. That's just not how I look at watches. I have used that same money for other investments anyways, and I've probably made that money and more. So it's I don't know if it is worth regretting anything. I don't regret anything that I didn't buy because it jumped up in value. There are things that I regret not buying because I still want them, as watches to wear them. Like, let's say a two-tone 14790, like a reduced sized two-tone Royal Oak. I think I should have bought them when they were 5,000, and now they are easily 15 to 20,000. They might still come down, come back down. They had gone a little further up. Um, I regret things like that, but never for not buying and not flipping them, because from my perspective, that's just not how I operate.
Yeah, yeah. And I agree with you too. It's not that I really regret it, but it's just like it was, is there something that, I could have got? I don't know.
And honestly, I mean, that's why I started with what Archie said, because there are always watches. Like, if you're interested enough, if you are constantly looking for something, if you are, wheeling and dealing and haggling for this or that, there are going to be, at any point in time, half a dozen watches that you could have bought and didn't buy. So I think we are all in the same boat when it comes to that. Um, but
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, the flippers." That I'm like, I'll admit, I flipped watches before. Um, why not? If you have, if you can make some money on it, I think there's nothing wrong with doing that. Um, what do you think?
I don't know. I'm a little conflicted about that, Aiden, to be brutally honest with you. Because that's the excuse a lot of people use, to, especially among content creators, like, to present themselves as genuine watch collectors, even though they use the entire platform as a smoke screen for them to trade watches. I'm not going to name any names, but there's so many watch channels that exist for the explicit purpose of just buying and selling watches, without even mentioning the actual gray market dealers that have watch channels. Um, but honestly, there are a lot of people I know in the watch community who use that as a way of sampling and experiencing the widest variety of watches they can possibly. And I can't hate on that. I understand that. So I'm a little conflicted about that. If I know the person, if I can trust their intentions, that's another thing. But if they have a YouTube channel and they're in the business of flipping watches just because they want to try and experience different things, then the alarm bells start going off. So, if it's about you, I don't judge, because you're not making money off this thing.
Yeah.
Whereas when it's me, and I don't flip watches, but if I were, and I have this platform, and I make money no matter how little, that's another ball game altogether.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I definitely wouldn't recommend flipping watches either, because especially if you're not an experienced person at selling or knowing the markets and stuff like that. I mean, you can easily lose money, and then you're just spending time trying to make money, and that can be an issue.
I'm sending the link again, JB, and anyone else who would like to join. Um, Here is the StreamYard link. Feel free to hit the like button if you have been enjoying the conversation with me, Aiden, and JB. Aiden, as always, is coming up with very thought-provoking questions and topics. JB has been showing us his yellow gold Daytona on Oyster Flex with the black gem set dial, as well as the 70s Nave timer, reference 7806. Again, feel free to join the conversation. Feel free to hit the upvote button, hit the like button. It really does help. It gives me that little bit of exposure. If you want to contribute to the channel in other ways, the links are there in the description. They are pinned there in the chat, and they're in the crawling ticker. And the super chat is always an option for all of you who want to send in watch questions. We have a little more than an hour left on the clock, so feel free to join the conversation in that way as well, if you would like.
Yeah, and if you want to help young Brando turn the lights, get his lights back on, you could super chat, and I'm sure a portion of it could help him get his lights back on, huh?
Yeah, well, let me pay the electricity bill, and maybe, you know what? I mean, it's again, I have been saying that big announcements coming up. Maybe I'm gonna take this a little more seriously and produce other kinds of content. So if you want to help out, super chats are always great. Shamba Basher says, I regret selling my 1967 Rolex Datejust with the Tiffany blue dial. Yeah, they used to have these Stella dials, as you know, and this is why they came back with those colorful Oyster Perpetual dials as well. Stella was the name of the company that made these lacquered dial for Rolex. There are also so many customized pieces. So unless you really know what you're getting into when it comes to vintage stuff, buyer beware. When it comes to the contemporary stuff, the Oyster Perpetuals, whether you're going for 36, 41, or the older 39, make sure you get them with the white hang tag that matches the color of the dial. Because all of that, again, is something that will assure you that your watch has been born with that kind of dial, and that you are not being served something that's Frankenstein, so to speak. Welcome back, JB. What's that in your avatar?
Stainless. Zenith.
Nice. That's your 16520, right?
Yes, pride and joy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Love
it's
it.
the newest, like, I guess, big piece of the collection. But if you think about it, with the economy being uncertain in the Asia Pacific region, they've got as things turn there, I'm going to be there to be catching some of the pieces that are going to be coming out of there. And when I got this watch and the Navitimer, it was from an overseas in Asia private collection. So, you're buying vintage, but you're buying it at a price where, traditionally you can think of, an honest condition from the APAC region. If you see watches that are from Japan, not always, but if they've got a good reputation, you're going to get a very good representation of what you have. So if the economy in those regions continues a significant downturn, you're going to see very, very nice pieces come available from that region when people have to sell.
What I really like about Japanese sellers is that they're very honest about presenting the condition of the watches. And there are usually so many different examples of just any given Rolex reference, especially, right? You might not find every single watch that you're in the market for, but when it comes to vintage Rolex, or even more so neo-vintage Rolex, like if you're looking for a 90s piece, the Japanese market probably has the largest number of examples. So there's a lot to choose from. And there will be even more as time goes on, like JB implied.
Yeah, the thing with like if you're in the United States and you buy a watch from Japan, you will have those custom fees, and then also if it's over, I believe I don't know if this is still the case. I haven't looked it up, but if you spend over 2,500, which a lot of watches are that we're interested in, I'm talking luxury watches, you will have to fill out an extra form, and I'm not sure if there's extra taxes on that as well, and it's more of a pain in the butt. So just keep that in
Well,
mind.
it means you have to declare it. So if it's over 2,500, you have to declare it, which means you've got to fill out. And if you're an individual, you've basically got to give them your social, or if you're a business, you got to give them your tax ID. And
Well,
that means that it's gonna land on someone's desk to review the taxes that are applicable.
It's kind of give and take, right? You win some, you lose some. The great thing about the honesty of a lot of Japanese sellers is that you get a good assessment of the condition. You get very clear pictures. It's the best you can get when you're shopping for a watch from an ocean away. On the other hand, because they are so honest, they will also, unlike so many other people all across the world, I'm not trying to single out any particular region or country, most watch sellers, be they from Slovakia or China or the UK, just instinctively will declare the watch, at a lower value than what they sell you for. Whereas a Japanese seller, 90% of the time, will declare it exactly for the amount of the sale, which means you probably will have to pay the full customs duties and taxes and all other fees. As well, you should, by the way.
Correct.
Yeah. We don't advise anything illegal on this channel. So
Yeah, they have to, or they can get some type of punishment. I don't know what they get, but yeah, they have to declare the exact value.
Slap on the wrist, Aiden.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So one of the things you think about, though, you get a pretty good percentage of your customs and duties will go off of the bracelet. So if you just think about that, if you're importing gold, silver, like the value of the bracelet itself is going to be the highest percentage that you bring in. So if you have one that's stainless, you could, in theory, say that it's a couple $1,000s, or the steel itself is only this, but the movement and the dial, that whole part of it, is a flat fee. So if you think about importing something that's stainless steel overseas, your bracelet's going to be your biggest one. So if you have like a rose gold Daytona, just like Aussie has. He's got the rose gold. I mean, the minimum possible that you really could ever like get away with, I think, is the raw melt weight of that gold. I mean, I don't know how you're going to get around saying that it's less than that.
Well, I mean, I'm again. I hesitate to say anything about this that would advise people how to dodge taxes, but I can think of a few different ways, hypothetically. Um, yeah, but
The other thing
want
to really watch out for if you're importing is if it's leather, or, if you have the environmental agency that will look at the leather and ensure that it's not crocodile, and that can be a several month journey and some significant penalties if that's not declared properly. So that, I mean, that's just, you think you buy the watch that you want from overseas and it's an easy process. It usually is if you're using one of the big parcel companies, but it can get kind of ugly quick if you're not declaring it properly. And one of the easy ways to get it to go wrong is to have a crocodile strap that's not labeled properly, endangered species. And
right. I think that's the reason. Look, we were supposed to look at some um, auctions today, but since we're having this great conversation, I didn't pull any of them up. But a lot of times, I'm gonna pull some up as an example now. A lot of times, the big auction firms take the precaution already, and a lot of the overseas sellers too will make sure not to send you the strap at all and just the watch, or replace it with something that won't actually cause any issues at the customs. I think most of the watch sellers are trained for that by now. So a lot of times they don't use the exotic material. And a lot of times, again, as JB, you have implied, it is your right, as long as you properly declare it and you're willing to submit yourself to the appropriate checks, which might take a longer while. It is your right to import whatever, right? As long as it's not outright banned in your region or in your state. Like, for example, lizard is actually completely banned in California now. But I can potentially import a dress watch on a crocodile strap. Would I want to? Would I go through the ordeal? Would I go through the hassle? Absolutely not. Right? And a lot of the times, the watch sellers and the auction houses are prepared to do that. So they either send you the watch that you won on a crocodile strap, or they just send you the watch head for the most part, because they would rather declare everything properly and not have anything stopped or buffered at the customs.
And I think best practices is also to separate those two, perhaps in two different tracking numbers, so that you get two different inspections that perhaps is not going to send it entirely to get both of them caught up. Because they're not going to separate and just like confiscate it. The whole package goes back there, and now you're having to deal with a different agency. But it was pretty seamless. I just imported a couple of items that you saw. It wasn't outrageous duties and customs, and I was happy with how quick they got it through. But far more complex though than buying. If you can buy domestically, I mean, it takes a hell of a lot of headache away.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think, as much as I love face-to-face interactions, and I still advocate for getting the best deal possible, and that's really only possible when you have cash in hand and can actually walk into the store and negotiate. One of the great things that the internet has made possible, with being involved in the auction circuit or not, is precisely these sorts of global transactions. And sometimes you can get pieces in a condition that you might not find within your immediate reach. You can get pieces that you might not even have access to in your immediate environs. And in that case, I don't necessarily blame you for going into these sorts of deals. And there's a reason that these sorts of auction houses have had such long lasting careers, let's say, that basically span half a century by now, right? The auction circuit in wristwatches has been building up since the early 70s. And to a large extent, it's still a great resource to get great watches in great condition, especially if you know what you're looking for, right? I always recommend asking for a second opinion, so to speak, right? Asking for the expertise of a third party who is not benefiting from that transaction, from that auction. Because at the end of the day, the responsibility of the auctioneer is to the seller. That's their fiduciary responsibility, right? They have to sell that watch at the highest value possible. They don't owe you anything as the buyer.
Right.
So you have
fully
to
representing the seller there is kind of their responsibility. Get market it, get the pictures, tell the story, put it in the best light to be able to get whatever market price is, create the demand for it. But the result of that is really pieces sometimes that that are from these private collections that this is the 20th or 25th best watch. I mean, how often was that Navitiner really wound?
Right. I mean, again, to a certain extent, in the auction circuit, if you know what you're looking for, you can still get some of the best examples of these vintage pieces, of these neo vintage pieces, and in a way that saves you a little bit of time, right? You can always dip into the secondary market on a global level, scourge through forums, listings, Chrono24, get in touch with sellers on a person-to-person, face-to-face basis, rather than using those platforms. But the auction circuit saves you a little bit of time, but can have a charge on top of everything else, in terms of the buyer's premium, mainly on your end, that can add something to those prices, add something to that price tag. So, again, as always, it is a calculation that you have to take. If you have the time and if you have the expertise, if you have the kind of professional help that, for example, I can provide you, by all means, you can take your time. You can You can go into other resources. You can find other sources to find the watch, find the model, find the kind of example that you need, that you're looking for. But on a pinch, I think if you know what you're looking for, and if you're working with a specific budget that you will never go over, that you will never get carried away in a kind of bidding war and transcend, the auction circuit can still offer great deals for you, no matter what you're looking for.
But I feel like the being in there and ready to go, I'm there to steal. I'm not there to get in any kind of contest with anyone over some hype piece or think that that's the only one there. I mean, if you think about the prices that I got on that Breitling, that's in an excellent condition, those curators, they've taken the time and have the collection to put forward, and those are pieces that you could probably spend a lot of time, like you said, hunting those down to find. It's going to take a lot of effort, and I'm always looking to snipe. In fact, I wouldn't have bought the Daytona at auction if it wasn't at a certain price. I mean, I kind of had a price in my head, and I said, if it stays here, I'm snapping it, and that was how it went. And I was ready to go, but I wasn't dying for it. You know, I'd seen some of those passes before when the, you know, like the weekend auctions of right at the height of the craze right before COVID, or post COVID, that year 2021. I mean, those prices were insane. You would have just off the shelf Submariners selling crazy over retail, but it's cooled off quite a bit, and some of the smaller, less focused, not in the U.S. time zone. It was the middle of the night when this auction was going on. I wasn't bidding against all the big collectors in Florida and California. And if you get a shot, sometimes you have to take it if you're ready to go.
Yeah, again, for the, one of the common sense phrases of the collector's market is that you should be ready to pay tomorrow's price for the best example today. So if you find the right example, if you find the right kind of watch, there can be a justification, there can be a reasoning to pay the premium, to pay just around market price or a little more than, the average rate that trends in the market in those days. I'm not against that. But again, you have to either know exactly what you're doing, or you need to be advised by the right person.
And I use your wisdom. Don't think I don't. Shamba here says Phillips will be going out of business if they continue knowingly sell knowingly wrong Daytonas. I thought it was a Cartier that they messed up.
There's more than one watch.
Okay.
Look, I mean, there's. I will just recommend the Instagram account of the person who does these sorts of deep dives, and his name is Jose Perez, and the Instagram name is Periscope. I'll just share it on the screen here. And he sometimes posts pictures from his own collection, but a lot of times he will have these exposés of watches that have been recently posted on an auction or are offered for sale somewhere on the internet, and he will have an entire blog where he details by photographic evidence, by historical information, why that particular watch is not what it purports to be. And it's certainly a kind of resource, especially if you are a high roller. You need to be at least cognizant of what Periscope is saying about that particular watch that is on market today.
You know, I thought that with the timing of this, though, he does great research, but if it's not, I mean, he's not reviewing the current auction like we did yesterday on the Jorns. There may not be any drama around it. But if you're a high-end investor and you're checking his channel, you're going to see items after the fact.
He does and he does not, JB. Sometimes he's quick enough that he gets on their case before the auction actually takes place, which is how he identifies this allegedly fake Cartier crash. He did that in advance of the auction. When it came to this particular white gold Daytona, that's supposedly a prototype, that he did after the fact, that he did after it was sold. And honestly, JB, again, that's why I present it as an alternative account, as a kind of resource that you should at least take a look at, rather than something that's incontestable truth. But it's in a way, it's a little unjust to put the responsibility of being a watchdog on such a big ticket item on a single person. That's not.
So you have like a freelancer that's doing really hardcore authentication
exactly
to the next level.
And we are talking about a watch that sold for $6 million, and there's this guy online who has this kind of knowledge, and he's presenting you an alternative account. You can trust him, you cannot trust him, you can use it as a point of reasonable doubt to avoid this sort of risk. Whatever it is, I think it would be extremely unfair to put on the shoulders of a single person to identify every single misrepresentation on an auction. Do you understand what I mean?
I see where you're coming from, and it makes you wonder a little bit too, is if you had a $6 million watch that you just bought from auction and now you have someone that's contesting it, how much would he like to maybe not run these pieces and completely destroy the value of your $6 million Frankenstein?
Hey, so far so good.
I know.
He hasn't been bought out yet, but they might be on it. So don't give them any ideas. Yeah, someone might just buy out Periscope.
But yeah, guys, hey, I'm gonna head out here. So just thanks for having me on. I appreciate the watch talk and all that other stuff. So
always the best, Aiden. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, man.
Guys. Yeah, have a good night, guys. Appreciate you guys.
Enjoyed it. Have a good evening.
Good night, Aiden.
Bye.
Take care, man. Yeah. We have a little bit more time, like about 45 minutes. I'm not going to hold you captive, of course, JB, but I have about that much on the clock for this live stream. I might just end it at midnight as well. We'll see.
Sounds good.
But in either case, I'm open to questions. Feel free to hit the like button, of course, upvote the stream. And I'm going to go back to some of these pieces on leather bands that I was looking at Chrono 24. As you can see here, this is a 16519. So white gold with a caliber 430, meaning a Zenith El Primero based movement with the so-called racing dial. These pieces are already trending under $30,000.
So
So
if you
interesting things are going on the market.
if you had your choice between mother of pearl or meteorite, which one would you choose?
This is just a white dial, honestly. I think these have, the bottom hasn't fallen out yet. So I'm thinking that these have a little bit more room to go down. And it's already a good sign that this seller accepts offers, right? I love the meteorite. I think it's really unique. John D was saying earlier in the chat, like it's like a unique piece because each slice has a different pattern, different striation. It's unique, but
It's out of this world. I was kidding. Oh,
no, that's great. But this, by the way, it's not mother of pearl. Just to make sure that we're not misleading anyone. But this white dial, I think, is already quite gorgeous, and it's different, right? It's really a different vibe in the sense that the meteorite dial had the Roman numerals, and this one, of course, has the so-called racing dial, which has the Arabic numerals. So it's really different. It's a different price bracket still, and as much as the meteorite dial configuration will come down in price, the racing dial will come down even more because somehow this has been less desired for basically the entire term of its existence. I don't know why. It is what it is. Sometimes you can't really account for other people's tastes. But
Wow.
look at how crisp this style is. Look at all those hallmarks on the clasp. It's almost unworn, the thing.
Looks like it. And you see, okay, so on your older Daytonas that have this leather with it, even some of the early Zenith, you'll see on the bracelet, or on the strap with the clasp there, you have the break is right in the center, so you can see like this is, I would say, the better version of the genuine Rolex strap. Where if you go just a generation prior or early Zeniths, you'll see that it's almost like a half fold in the middle, right where, and the crown of the the crown that goes on top of your head, like their symbol, is what opens it,
Right.
and I feel like it would catch on a few things, and also it's not one continuous piece. Like on this one, you have just the clasp that goes over once it's folded in. Is there an example that has the half fold to compare?
Let's see. I'm sure I can find what you mean if we just do this. No, that's also 99.
No, that's the same one.
Yeah.
But anyway, when you look at it and you kind of see that that there's a big kind of indentions right where it folds over onto itself, to me it does look a little cracked. Yeah, those racing dials,
man.
I know.
Yeah, honestly, I'm the opposite. I actually like the racing dial better than everything else.
So do
Like,
I. And they have the black one with the all the red accents. Oh, that was beautiful.
yeah, they have. Let's see, like these. Like something like this.
Absolutely.
Gray with the red accents and
White gold. I mean, if those get to 25, I'm buying.
but yeah, let me see if I can find an early example of that Zenit with the kind of clasp that you're talking about. That's 99. This is also 99. No, I mean, nothing at hand that I can quickly access, maybe.
Okay.
But I know what you mean. I mean, it's a different kind of clasp on earlier late 80s or 90s models.
But the one that you saw at the Real is the better one, and I guess that was the main point. That update from when it was kind of like unfolding from the very center on each side is not as good as clicking it in and then having that extra security.
Yeah, look, I mean, that watch was a dream for so many reasons, and the clasp was just a small part of that. Because it literally, I mean, look, if I could take a few hours to look at it, I would be more satisfied. But at first glance, I could only look at it for like 5 minutes. The sticker looked completely genuine. I know there are ways to fake it, there are ways to do it after the fact, but everything else on the watch, including the hallmarks, looked so crisp that I was practically convinced that it was barely worn. And again, I'm not trying to hype this particular example, but the fact that a barely worn 6-digit white gold Daytona with a meteorite dial on a leather strap is already under 40K tells us something pretty strong about the market, which means it's going all the way down. And the more patient you can be, the better deals you will get towards the end of this year. But I did tell you that there will be deals to go after in the first quarter of 2023. And I think so far you see exactly what I meant with it, but that doesn't preclude the fact that there will be even better deals and even more watches to haggle over, to fight over in the coming months and days.
Absolutely.
And the other, so I know you have maybe a two-tone or another precious metal Daytona that you want to add to your collection. What's the other watch that you're looking for? What's the other priority, so to speak?
I like the Yacht 40 in rhodium
Hmm.
dial, not the blue, or the Milgauss. I'd like another kind of everydayer that may replace the Aquaterra, because I think I treat the Aquaterra like you treat the Seikos. Like it's just it's kind of a beater, but it keeps up perfect time. I'm really happy wearing that watch, but there's times where I think a Milgauss would be awesome.
Mm.
But yeah, Yacht 40 with with the light blue seconds hand. This has got the red, which I'm not as big of a fan on.
Yeah, I like the newer one as well. I think that's a cooler watch.
But a bargain, I mean, you could get one of those and then put it on a different strap too and get away with it. Like, there it is on the right.
Yeah, I kind of like, as much as I love the red writing on most other Rolex models, I think against this shade of gray, that light blue is the best and is the most striking one.
The bezel takes some getting used to because you've got like concave numbers there that are coming out of the little frame of the bezel. And, normally that would be a smooth part of the watch. This one kind of gives it some character on the outside,
Mm-hmm.
but it's bidirectional. And it's the case on it is very, very close to the Daytona, very close. And it's got kind of the quintessential sub look as well.
Aussie, since this is bidirectional, the bezel, Aussie calls this the best cooking watch because it's so much more useful than the modern sub to time
Right?
time you're cooking, apparently. So I trust him. He's certainly he's a better cook than I am.
My wife has the Datejust 26 that is silver dial and on Jubilee. But yeah, it's cool to have kind of the same look sometimes when you go out. But
Cool.
but what's not to like about this watch is what I have to say about it. The only thing you would scoff at is, okay, you're paying, if you ever could get it retail, like maybe 13,000. What is it? 12,300. Okay. The fact that there is one in the vault that is a Panda Daytona that they won't sell you at that almost same price is the only thing that would rub me the wrong way.
I mean, look.
But if I
Again,
get offered this one, I'm buying it tomorrow, whenever.
It really depends on how you want to go about your business, because I think not soon enough you'll be able to buy watches like this on the secondary market, at less than retail. There may or may not be examples of it right now available at that price. And, Chrono 24 is not the only source, of course. In fact, again, that's one of the reasons I exist. I can certainly look into it for you and find it. But if you do want to lean on your relationship with an authorized dealer or build a relationship with your authorized dealer, because the fact that the prices are coming down close enough to retail means that this is a kind of watch, right? Means that the Yachtmaster 40 in this configuration, which is 126622, is the kind of watch that your authorized dealer can get for you. It might be in the vault. It might be something that they can get in in a couple of weeks, in a month, in 2 months. But this is exactly the kind of watch that you can get from an authorized dealer, and it will get you in their good stead too, right? If you want to buy more than one watch, this is a good way of saying, hey, this is something that I will buy from you, and I want this other watch and maybe this third one as well. Let's build up the collection with your help. That's a good conversation to start. But if this is just something that's a one-off, or that's just just a watch that you want to get as soon as possible, at or under the list price, I'm sure you can already find it on the secondary market at that level, because the prices have gone down enough.
This is one that's not selling at a significant premium, and it's probably not going to be the one to get in 20 years. But to me, this would be jeans and a t-shirt, and not. I mean, to me, this one is a go everywhere watch. Shamba likes it as well. So, Shamba, do you like this one, or you hit the configure or the blue?
Let's see. In my case, I like this one. I think the blue is a little too much for me.
So you're changing the kind of the monotone look for now, blue and your red accents there. Meech, would you go blue?
Let's see. I'm gonna make a poll.
When you're going to sell, I think the blue may be easier, actually. But I'm in agreement with the chat, basically, that the rhodium is the winner, perhaps.
I just posted the poll, so feel free to vote. And while you're voting, please click the like button if you have not already. And by the way, I just sent not 3, but 6 different links to deals for my Patreon subscribers. So if you would like to contribute to the channel, or sign up on Patreon to receive these kinds of deals on a daily basis, feel free to click those links as well. Shamba Basher says, are you planning to get these less than retail? You might be a delusional fantasist. Hey, man, just write to me. I'm sure I can hook you up with something.
John, I wasn't going to buy to sell for sure. It's not even in the wheelhouse. The person that will sell these will be somebody that's in after I pass. These aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know, John D. Again, I think sometimes I guess our lines get crossed, our wires get crossed. I don't think anyone was talking about resale. When we are talking about watches falling under retail value, is simply to imply that either these are the kind of watches that you can easily get from an AD, or you can actually get them for even cheaper with haggling and negotiating on the secondary market. I don't know if anyone said anything about resale, actually. I mean, that's kind of diametrically opposed to this channel.
So Chris said that he had this watch and had trouble reading it, which I guess I could see there with some of the
Professor, how are you doing?
Professing.
Nice to see you.
Hey,
Good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning. I woke up and I immediately organized myself in order to appear in some dignacious way. I don't think it exists, this word, but a dignified way, so I can see you all.
It didn't take you very long to look that good.
No, well, I mean, thank you. You're very kind. But immediately when I heard the question about the yacht master, I said, "Oh, I need to participate." It's a beautiful watch. A beautiful watch. I
Yes.
personally like the blue one, but that's I'm an odd, crazy professor. But
The
I
blue
like the
one,
blue one.
yeah, the blue one's is nice. One of the things you get with when you have the rhodium, though, is you see the blue accents there on the hands, the second hand, and then on the writing.
I think it's within the yacht master line. The rhodium is considered, let's say, of a more subtle taste. So it's a very understated watch and a beautiful watch. The blue one is more like, okay, I'm here. Look at my
Right.
blue one. It is
Make
more visible for sure.
it makes more of a statement.
Yes, yes. I mean, if you don't go bluesy, two-tone Rolex Submariner, for those who don't want to use the lingo, this is the other option. I mean, if you don't want to go gold, two-tone, this is the closest to the subtleness between the bluesy and this one, in my opinion. By the way, both, you cannot go wrong with either of them. So, it's really an issue of taste. Both are, I think, widely available. Um, I was doing my mystery shopping presentations, and they're available. They're not widely available. Exaggeration here, but they are available. Like the bluesy, more available today than a year ago, 2 years ago. So it's a watch that can be attained without much. And I think now it's nearly at retail in the secondary market. Yeah, yeah. But it's a beautiful watch for those who like this kind of beauty. And as you said quite correctly, it is very close to the Daytona case. Yeah, it resembles in terms of the feel and the structure, the Daytona case. Beautiful watch. I mean, I don't know why it never took off by the market, but the market is
They're
most
all
comprised of stupid people.
there are a lot of examples in the blue dial, actually. I mean, on the secondary market, if Chrono 24 is anything to go by, there are more examples in blue than the rhodium dial. And the blue one already has examples that trade right at retail, if not slightly under it. The rhodium is a little harder to find, a little more rare, at least again on Chrono 24 and eBay. But again, since those platforms somehow accounts for the kind of commission that is charged from the seller and the kind of wishful thinking that it involves on the part of the seller when they put it up on these platforms, at a slightly higher rate. I think, like you said, Professor, at this point in the market, I think both options can be either gotten from an authorized dealer with minimal weight or on the secondary market at or under the MSRP, at or under the retail pricing, which is 12,300.
And I think you see a bargain on these, and I don't know if they still sell them at retail. Is it the 37 or 38? Though there's one smaller version of this, and I think in the same configuration that if you have a smaller wrist, I mean, that's a pretty killer watch for where the market goes today. I think those are significantly lower than the retail price.
Yeah, that's the thing with both. Well, I mean, any quote unquote reduced sized Rolex watch, right? If you are looking for something to wear, something that's proportionally appropriate for your wrist, something that you think looks good and that you will enjoy, I think the Yachtmaster 37, Datejust 36, which I personally have, from the 5-digit generation, those are great choices. But if you are uh, shallow and hollow like Big Meech in the chat, um, you don't want to do that because you care about the resale value. And if it's a smaller size, you'll not be able to move that piece. So you should keep that in account. But yes, if you're waiting for something, if you're looking for something to wear yourself, something that actually looks right on your wrist, I think those are great choices, whether we are talking about Yachtmaster 37 or Datejust 36.
In the 37 size, they actually make it on Oyster Flex with a pave diamond dial.
Mm.
That's just all kind of crazy. It may not be on the website. I think it's in rose gold.
No, it is right here. The oyster steel with the platinum bezel insert for 11,550. This is the Yachtmaster 37 with the rhodium dial.
The other thing is, JB, is it depends on your eyesight. And I think somebody is making a point about visibility. I have, as I'm aging, I have poorer eyesight, so the blue one stands out a bit more than the other one. But it's all a personal taste, again, issue. For me, the watches, the ones that I wear, I rarely see the time.
Right.
I just look at on my phone, and I just wear it because of my obsession with watches and all of that. By the way, I want to congratulate you for a fantastic piece that you acquired not too long ago, your Daytona Zenith.
Yes.
It's a beautiful watch. Very
Thank
nice.
you.
You
Thank you. I'm
made the
happy to
right
have it.
choice. You made the right choice.
I was lucky to get it at a good price, and I've enjoyed it. And I think that's one where you're putting some significant amount of money in it, but it's not that one's not going to go to zero. I think for anybody that loves watches, they'll always be a buyer for a good condition 5-digit.
Yeah, beautiful. It's a beautiful piece.
Thank you, Professor.
That's the thing. I mean, 116520 is great as well, but I think really between value and collectability, I think to this day, before things get out of control again, 5-digit offers the best deal, for both collector and the enthusiast. I think the Zenit El Primero based, which is the caliber 4030 in the Rolex lingo, and the 16520 in terms of the reference number, those are the best references. And I actually commend my friend JB for getting the white dial, because that's a little more versatile. Right, that's something you can certainly wear on the bracelet. It looks great as the kind of iconic sports chronograph it is, but strap it on a leather band or anything of that sort, it will certainly do double duty as something that's a little more heightened, that's a little dressier. And the black dial is great too. Don't take me wrong. I think that's in terms of iconic Rolex watch, sports watch. It looks great, 16520 with the black dial. But I just feel the white dial is a little more versatile, and it can actually do double duty because it's a very classic sports chronograph that actually looks quite distinguished on a leather strap.
So, Professor, if you got a Daytona like that was brand new and it had the sticker and the bezel insert and all of the fixings that came with it, and it's in basically similar shape that it left the day of the factory, what do? Do you start wearing it? It's already insured, but do you start wearing it and start putting your marks on it, or do you put it away?
Okay. That's a nice problem to have. That's a nice problem to have.
Well, Professor, you have said this many times, so let's not mince words.
Yeah, you need to wear it, man.
Okay,
yeah, you need,
so here's the follow-up.
You need to wear it, yeah.
Follow-up question. Do you remove the sticker on the back?
The case, you mean?
Yeah, on the back where you unscrew to get to the movement, there is a hologram green sticker.
Yes, the case back. Okay, some people keep it, and it over time it becomes one with the metal, as you know, and it has this different color. It has a certain value and also representation of that value by keeping it. So I'm of the view you can keep that, but wear the watch. Now they have developed in the market protectors, plastic protectors for the entire watch for people who want to wear it and not scratch it. I saw it the other day. No, wear it, and whatever you do, the case, you're not going to sell your watches unless something really bad happens. So it doesn't matter. I'm of the view the case back you can keep. I've seen it there with many collectors, real collectors, not gimmicky collectors.
I've done this, Professor. I had on my GMT Master 2 16710, I had a service sticker on the back, which is transparent and with just like a red stripe behind it.
Yeah.
And I've just worn it like that, and like you said, it kind of faded into the case back like that. I didn't use any protectors, and I just continue wearing it like that. And for me, it's a matter of convenience as well, because as you know, I like, popping the bracelet out and putting it on a leather strap. And while I'm doing those things, if I'm a little careless, and some days I am, for whatever reason, I might end up scratching the case back or something. Well, when there's a sticker there, I can't. So it's a little bit of a convenience there, and I've already forgotten about it, but there's some protection basically on the case back at this point. If I had the hologram, I don't know if I would have taken any sort of precaution. That's, again, this is just a dissenting opinion, both for JB and El Profesor. That's why I can't bring myself to buy either new or new old stock watches, because for me it takes just too much mental energy to get over that first hump of a brand new watch, like a genuine shiny object. Like I'm just terrified of putting the first nick on it. I cannot. I can't bring myself to actually wear a watch that's absolutely new. It's just not.
Yeah. I mean, look, Yeah, it's really up to you. I mean, watches are to be worn. I recently discovered somebody from the community who collects the same watch many times over, but doesn't wear any of them. So, he would have the GMT and Jubilee and Oyster and the two tone in the full gold and but he never wears the watch. And okay, fine, this is like you're collecting stocks, let's say. Okay, I'm collecting stocks and all of that, or it's an asset I don't touch. It's like a painting, oh, I look at it. How can you wear a painting? All right, fine. But watches are to be worn unless you have a view, which is also respectable, that it's to be looked at, not to be worn, and it's an investment, and I put all my dear money there, and that's it. It's
Mhm.
different. And as you said earlier, JB, which is also a valid point, I want to have an everyday beater. You don't want to have the Omega, you want to have something else. That's also respectable. I will just wear the damn thing and enjoy it, unless you're going to go into war and smash it and all of that. But my daily life does consists of light work and walking and looking at books and fighting with people and students and
Speaking, Professor, speaking of smashing, what watch should one wear when making love? This will be my closing question.
okay, very good. We're increasing. So um, I wear mine for everything.
The one you're wearing.
The
Which
one I wear, the one I have been wearing since 2008.
that's the GMT Master 2, the
Yes,
ceramic
yeah,
black,
it's
black,
the same,
black,
black on
black.
black. People. I'm not. Yes, it's not the Pepsi. It's not the whatever. It's not the root beer. It is a very down to earth watch. It is a special watch. It's the first in production from the ceramic bezel family. Uh, but that's fine. I wear it every day, and I shower, swim with it. Um, Whenever, whatever. It has done everything. It's really nice, pristine condition. I mean, scratches. When I hear of people telling me the scratches, I go crazy. Scratches. I mean, look at the scratches you have in life. Forget about the watch.
Right.
You know. So the love. It depends. If it is usual casual love, you need to wear a very important watch. If it is lovey with a wifey, just get a swatch.
That's a good approach. So when you're making love, you can wear your GMT Master 2 11670, but when you're smashing, you want to wear a real tool watch. Is that what I'm understanding?
If you want to have a new love life, you need to wear proper watches, which is for me now. I'm going for the platinum for the day date. Bluesy, go big.
There is
Small penis, big watch. This is my new approach.
Platinum, especially.
Platinum, and we'll get General Sad as well in this category. Platinum. But you have everyday watch, everyday wife, lovey, kissy, swatchy.
Wait, I feel like JB is working on something there. He's gonna
That's
come
it.
up.
JB is never gonna appear again.
No,
He's
I'm
gonna
here.
say they're crazy people. These are crazy.
Usually, what
Oh,
I'm
JB.
wearing in those moments is nothing but a smile.
Excellent. I'll take that
Um,
as well.
It's always Professor,
But
as they say, it's always the silent ones. You know, the guy has been working on that line for a while.
no, I pull my chronograph out and I start the pulsations, and then that's how I can measure pulsations. It usually takes a minute or two.
That's for the Navi timer to figure out, I guess, the 7806.
That one tells me where to go and how long I've been going.
Nice. Guys, the last 5 minutes, by the way, just so you know, it's almost 12:30 here. I'm gonna be back tomorrow, again around 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I might have something interesting to show tomorrow. I might not. I don't know when it will arrive and if it will arrive tomorrow, but if it does, I will certainly have the unboxing on the live stream. But
Exciting.
hey, I might also, I kind of shared this. Don't reveal it just yet, JB, but I kind of shared this with JB behind the scenes. I might have an interesting announcement about the channel soon enough. So keep your eyes peeled and your ears perked up for that.
Can't wait. Well, it's good to see everybody on the stream, and Aiden and El Profesor. Always a pleasure.
And
thanks for having me on.
Thank you, man. And everyone in the chat, of course, Aiden, JB, and El Profesor on the panel, Big
John
Meat,
D.
Bob NYC, Shamba Basher, and Nick Butter, Adelaza, and JJ with the super chats, and everyone else in the chat with their interventions and questions. If you want to squeeze in, if you want to squeeze out with a last question or demand, feel free. If you want to support the channel in other ways, the links are there, pinned in the chat, included in the description, and crawling in the ticker there. If you do sign up on Patreon, which will remain at the same rate until the month of February, the rates will increase then. Feel free to sign up there. For now, I'm sending at least 3 deals for watches that represent a value proposition already at the time. And I usually group them. I think JB can testify to this. I usually group them around certain themes, brands or models or genres of watches. So a lot of times it's very informative and educational as well, even if you are not necessarily in the market for anything. And if you're on Patreon, you're in a direct line of communication with me, so I can always tailor those daily links for your needs, for your interests as well. Joker, what's up, man?
It's a great service, and I do look at those links. It's it opens your eyes to things that are historically important, or just the model itself is cool and available. I like the tag. I like the tag Carrera that you sent out just a couple of days ago. Those are cool watches. But it's a nice variety, and it's right to your email, so it helps the show.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to share the links I sent necessarily, but just as an idea of what I've been, for example, focusing on the last few days. Today, right after midnight, I sent some Royal Oaks, for example, in stainless steel and in two-tone. And then yesterday, I sent dress watches by the so-called Holy Trinity, Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, and Audemars Piguet, in unusual shapes and configurations. Before that, I sent Parmigiani Fleurier in limited editions, and again, in affordable pricings. So it's every day it's something new. Every day it's something that isn't necessarily represented by anyone else or by any other platform, at least not in that particular way. So that's a great way to get in. Um, it's still $10 per month. I'm going to include new services already in February. The prices are going to increase, but anyone and everyone who is already my supporter on Patreon is going to be grandfathered into that. So, all my loyal supporters, which JB is included in that group, are of course going to reap the benefits for 2023, whatever the price increase might be at the price they signed up for. So, but for everyone else, you need to sign up now or it's going to be a little more expensive. By the way, most of the audience has leaned towards the rhodium dial for the 126622 for the Yachtmaster 40, 77% for rhodium, and 23% for the blue dial, which was the professor's choice, by the way. I don't know how we weigh that. Professor, do you think you can be worth 55% just by yourself? Do you think you can?
55. I don't think I'm even 5.
All right, so it's the rhodium dial then, JB.
That's the
The
winner.
rhodium, the rhodium.
I think the great minds are thinking alike.
All right, any last statements, questions, or anything you would like to add, JB or El Profesor?
Good luck to Chris on his playoff game next week against Jacksonville, who came back from a 27-0 second half deficit to shock the world and win that game. And they will be playing the Chiefs, and the Buffalo Bills will be playing the Cincinnati Bengals for the AFC Championship to see who goes to the Super Bowl.
Nice. Amazing. When was the last time the Bills played in the Super Bowl, baby?
1994 against America's team. That was Troy Aikman and Emmitt Smith and Michael Irvin, Jimmy Johnson. And actually, Jimmy Johnson was the coach the first time, and then Barry Switzer, former Oklahoma coach, was for the second Super Bowl. But they had won Cowboys back-to-back. So it was 1994, so 19 years.
Wow. Almost 2 decades, huh?
It's been tough being a Bills fan, but we have hope.
See, Yasha V thinks in the same way as I do, Professor. He thinks you should take over this vote and turn it to the blue dial. On this closing note, don't you think that meritocracy should substitute democracy, at least in this watch vote?
Meritocracy should substitute democracy. But they tell us that democracy supports meritocracy.
Oh, you're getting too metaphysical, Professor. That's
Yes,
too much.
Professor from time to time has to say a few things like that.
That's too heavy for the punters, Professor. Be kind. Be kind.
Yeah.
We are already more than 4 hours, guys. Thank you so much.
Oh, you have been there for 4 hours. Oh my
Thank you
God!
so much
I
for
should have
being in this.
jumped in earlier.
He saved 34 cents on the lights.
Yeah, thank you for being here for this mood stream. As you can see, I don't even have enough lights in my house, so send in your super chats, super thanks, and other contributions so I can pay for the electricity bill. In either case, Thank you for your presence and support. I will see you at the same time tomorrow. If you haven't hit the like button, please do on your way out. Upvote the stream. I'll be back with more watch content for you tomorrow. Love you, everyone. Take care.
Take care.